Good evening, folks, and welcome to the 19th meeting of the 24th City Council. We'll call this meeting to order. All councilors are present this evening via Zoom video conference. And like every meeting, we begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, we're asking Ms. Stephanie Yara, our Council Services Director, to lead us in those. Ms. Yara.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Thank you for volunteering to get us started. A few housekeeping notes tonight for people following along. As was noted in our press release from the office that was issued on Friday, it was also posted on our website and on our published council agenda. Today's meeting has special procedures to comply with the governor's declaration of a public health emergency and restrictions on large gatherings. Therefore, today's meeting is being held by Zoom video conference. Members of the public, city staff, and the media all have the ability to view this meeting live through different platforms. GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, and on YouTube. All of these live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. And for those watching on the live stream, we welcome you and thanks for joining us. The video recording of this and all of our past council meetings will also remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Our staff is available anytime during the week via phone to assist you if you need help finding those videos or accessing them. Please call 768-3100 Monday through Friday between 8 and 5 for that assistance. Under these revised procedures for meetings, the City Council is accepting live general public comment as well as written comments. Written comments received by 1 o'clock were distributed to councilors in advance of today's meeting, as well as any email web form comments the councilors might have received. We'll get to those live public comments in a little bit. And if you're here and tuned in for that, please stay in the Zoom waiting room until our Zoom moderator brings you in. Tonight, we begin with a couple of proclamations and presentations, beginning with Councilor Benton.
I'm not sure. Let's see.
Councilor Benton, I believe you had one on National Housing Month you wanted to present. And
oh, yeah.
Ms. Bridge is here, I believe.
Unfortunately, I do not have the proclamation in front of me. Has anybody else got that, staff?
Just a second, Councilor. We'll pull that up for you. Councilor, we're going to work on that in just a minute. If it's okay, we're going to go to Councilor Jones' presentation first, and then we'll come back to your proclamation. We'll have a copy of it available.
Sounds good.
Bridge, hang out with us just a minute. We're going to sort the agenda and bring you right back. Councilor Jones, I believe you have a presentation from APD. Would you want to introduce your guest and get us started?
Thank you, Mr. President. In fact, I believe this is going to be, the presentation about staffing is going to be done by Acting Chief Medina. And yes, there's something up there, so it must be. So welcome, Chief Medina, or whomever.
President Davis, Councilor Jones, thank you for having us here this afternoon to give this presentation on our staffing report for 2020. We're going to start with the first slide and go through it. Next. If you look, here is our staffing numbers from 2008 to 2020. If you look at 2008, we had 1,100 officers. We got as low as 832, 831 respectively in 2015 and 16. In 2018, we were able to move up quite a bit, a little bit in 2018, and we moved up quite a bit in 2019. And 2020, we're currently at 985. And we also have, if we go to the next slide, we could break down a little bit more of what we have in the works. We currently have 33 cadets on training that are going to be clearing up to go into service in the next month or so. We have a total of 68 people that are coming on board. We have currently 35 remaining in class 123, and CNM has 19, actually 18 people still in the process. And we have a lateral class with 12 seated. So that should bring us right about 68 more that we should be able to get from here till the spring and that are in the pipeline. In FY21, we're also planning a class 124. We actually have 92 people in the pipeline at this point. I was advised of this morning. That January class, we're actually going to push to March, and I'll explain why. What we're planning to do is we're planning to try to get an additional, because we can only get realistically about 50 to 60 people through our academy class, and it looks like we may be able to see more than that. We're going to put another group through the CNM class, which starts in January. And then if we push back our date till March, that should enable us to finish the background checks on the additional individuals. We have 200 people that are slated to test in the month of October, I was advised this morning. And we're hoping that we'll get another academy class, the 124 up to 60. So that would give us an additional 80 people in the pipeline in the spring of 21. And we're hoping that those changes, as you can see, FY18, we added 66, 19, 96, and in FY20, 107. The next slide talks about our academy classes, graduates, 102, 83, and 69 in these years. The difference between the 107 and the 96 is we did bring some people back in certain timeframes that were such as at levels that they didn't go through the academy. Deputy Chief Smathers is one of those examples. Deputy Chief of Staff Liz Armijo and some deputy commander positions. So that's why there's a little bit of difference. They weren't academy class graduates, but they were additions to the foreign side. As we go to the next page, each year APD holds, if we can get to the next page. Each year, APD holds a spring and fall class of approximately 50 cadets. We'll be sending another 20 to CNM Law Enforcement Academy each August. And since taking over a couple weeks ago, I'm actually working to get that also in the spring if we could continue our recruiting efforts and are able to accommodate the second class at CNM. It only helps us meet our numbers. We also work on a spring and a fall lateral class, both consisting of approximately 10 officers. We're 2 over what we were anticipating 10, but we got 12 this next spring. If our current hiring and separation rates remain consistent, we anticipate reaching about 1,200 hours, 1,200 officers in December of 2022. And the next slide. APD strength currently 985. This number is always fluctuating. We have people who are separated from the city from time to time, and that number can change. The Professional Standards and Accountability Bureau, the Internal Affairs Force Division, and has 31 individuals. Accountability and Oversight has 6. The Internal Affairs Professional Standards has 10. And the Academy Division has, basically that's 33 now on the job training. That number's changed a little bit. And there's some individuals have graduated from the last sworn class and are out and about since this document was created. And CIP has 20 detectives assigned to it. And the Office of the Chief has a total of 12 people assigned to it. We'll go to the next page. If anybody we could hold questions till the end, we'll answer them all, but the next page should be, hold on a second, my slides are out of order here. Something happened. Yeah, if we could go to the next slide, if you see field services, it has all the breakdown of the area commands there. And the next slide will be Special Operations Bureau. That has 120 people. That includes aviation, homeland security, our tactical section, crisis negotiations unit, K9 unit, bomb technicians unit, our DWI section, our traffic section, and our prisoner transport section. It's important to note that our prisoner transport section are not sworn officers, so that may affect the 120, but they still have a primary role in freeing up our uniformed officers. Management Services and Support Bureau, that's Operations Review. The Records Division, Real-Time Crime Center, and the Communications Division has a total of 24 officers assigned to it. Although that sounds like a large number, 24, some of those individuals there are actually are there because they're under some kind of administrative investigation, and we've removed them from the field. So that number fluctuates with the closing and the opening of internal affairs cases. If we go to the next page, in the Best Investigations Bureau, we could hit one more slide should pop up on the right. There you go. Criminal Investigations Division has 55. The Criminal Investigation Section Homicide Unit has 10. We just gave them 2 additional positions, so 12. I went out and I spoke to the Sergeant of Homicide, and he explained to me how he feels they could have more success in the homicide unit if we gave them 12, because it would put them on a rotation where detectives not on call status would have 1 month free and clear to work on their current cases, which is one of the struggles that they're having with. So we did give them 2 additional. We also added a couple. We're also looking to add a couple of people who can help them with their case preparation, kind of like the SHIELD unit does for the field. We're going to extend that out to the homicide unit to help them organize and get those cases going without and freeing up sworn officer time with civilians that can handle that kind of work. Armed robbery 6, missing persons fast unit 8, multi-agency task forces 4, child exploration unit has 5, CACU has 10, and sex crimes has 9. The special enforcement section, we have an additional 12 task force officers. Vice has 5, auto theft 10, and the street crimes unit has 6 officers that are PD-wide there as a developmental process for detectives from the field. Youth engagement and education, we have the school resource unit, but obviously the schools aren't open right now, and we've been having them help with other duties as needed. The investigative services division, gangs, NIBIN has 6, investigative support has 7. We have gun violence, electronic support unit, organized crime unit, and strategic crime intelligence unit. We have a narcotics section, and then of course we have everything that's at the crime lab, with a good portion of the processing of evidence being done by civilians so that they could free up our sworn officers. As we go to the next slide, you see that in September 1st, we're up just underneath 1,000 officers. You can see we've had a steady increase since 2017, with a little more sharper increase in 2020. We're hoping to continue this. We average about 52 separations in 19, and in 20, 58 separations. There's currently 132 officers that are eligible to retire, but we have to remember that the changes in para years ago, where people are eligible to retire at 20 years, and back then it wasn't really beneficial for officers to work beyond 22.9 and the 80% that they've received in their para. They're now able to go to 25.9 for 90%. So even though people are eligible to retire at the 20-year mark, there's still incentive for them to stay an additional 5 years and 9 months, as opposed to the past when there's only a benefit to stay 2 years and 9 months. And also changes in our COLAs have also affected where it's beneficial for officers to stay longer than they had in the past. That's our presentation in a nutshell, and I stand to answer any questions as needed by council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Medina. Councilor Jones, it was your presentation, so we'll come back to you, and then I think we have a couple of councilors behind you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chief Medina. One question, because I listen slower than you talk, apparently, because I didn't catch a lot of this. So tell me just very simplistically, because that's kind of the way I think, how many officers, and I know it's not going to be exact, but how many officers, sworn officers, do you think that we have on the street on an average every day of the week in Albuquerque, out policing, not homicide investigation. I'm talking officers chasing the bad guys or stopping the bad guys or whatever it is you call this. Sworn officers on the street doing safety patrol, whatever. I'm sorry, Chief, that I didn't get those words right, and I know it's I just don't know, but I think I hope you understand what I'm trying to ask.
We are working to get some exact numbers to you. As we had a meeting last week and that question had came up, and at the peak times we have up to 32 officers per some area commands available to take calls, and during some of the lower times there are lower numbers, which may be as low as 6 to 8 depending on the day of the week and the time of the day. But one of the things we've done to try to address that, to become more proactive, is we've also started working with all the investigative units and support units, and we have them out working operations. The last 5 weeks, we've worked operations that we call our anti-crime initiative. These initiatives are averaging something over 50 felony arrests a week. And those officers, which sometimes could amount up to 20, are put into the field to assist the field with proactive police work and taking individuals into custody, committing crimes. So we're hoping that as we continue to grow, we recognize that we need to make sure that we put our sworn officers where they need to be. The field is the priority. I've had a series of briefings with all of our divisions. Almost at this point, I've made it very clear that I was a field officer for the vast majority of my career. I support the field. I know the tough job that the field has, and we have to find civilian solutions and support solutions for all the other divisions where we can. And we need to make sure that from this point forward, we continue to put as many people as possible in the field to respond to those calls for service. This morning, I also tasked Deputy Chief Griego and Interim Deputy Chief Donovan Oliveira. I tasked them with finding some more solutions to us responding to calls to see where we could start curbing some of those calls for service, but still at the same time meeting the community needs of having an officer go out and speak with them.
Councilor Jones, any follow-up? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, there is. And Chief Medina, thank you. That was helpful but troubling. Hearing the number of officers we actually have out there on the street at any given time. So perhaps, and I'm not going to try to get you to say anything different because I understand your information is accurate. It's just difficult for a layperson to understand how we can have a city of several 100,000 people and only have 30 officers out there to respond. And I'm sure you're not saying those are the only ones that respond, but I think I need an education. I bet the people at home would like to have some too. I'd like to have more of an education on how the system is handled. And when we only have those few sworn officers out there and we get a priority call, it's going to take 6, 8, 10, maybe 5 cars with 1 or 2 officers in each car, obviously. How do we handle that and keep handling the other calls in the city? And Chief, I don't expect you to answer that now. I would hope that as you find time, you would come up with some answers on that and try to help us understand it. Those are the biggest questions we get as we are in the neighborhoods is crime is getting worse. I never see an officer. Speeding is horrific throughout the city and dangerous. Wrecks are up. What are we going to do? And I don't have an answer, Chief. So perhaps you can help reassure me when you get yourself headed in the right direction on this new job. Thank you, sir.
President Davis, Councilor Jones, I think one of the things that we can answer right off the back is those numbers were per area command. So when we times those numbers times 6, we actually have 6 area commands worth of people. And I have recently spoken to dispatch and the area commanders, and I made them very aware of the fact that if they need to cross dispatch officers to priority calls from one area command from a nearby area command, that they can do that. And I think that's something that I learned from fire. Fire is very successful in cross dispatching to make sure that calls time answered in a timely fashion. And there are times when we have an area command that isn't busy, and we need to make sure that those officers are assisting those other area commands with these calls for service from one area command who is in need of those kind of resources. So we are looking at that. We actually piloted a project last year of having a lieutenant in dispatch and asking that lieutenant to see how they could dispatch those calls and share those resources. So we're continuing to work and develop that process, and hopefully that will be something that we could have in the near future. And some of the ideas we want to use is how do we get resources to where we need them on a specific day and time.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Counselor Jones. Counselor Gibson, Counselor Sena, and then I believe we have Counselor Benton as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really appreciate this report, Chief. There's a lot of information here, and I'm also concerned about how we're going to fare in the next few years. So my question is around enlisting, trying to get people who are truly interested in public service and get them to come on board. And this was talked about whenever it was, a couple of weeks ago, a little bit. So my question is, first of all, are we still primarily doing this through the website, or is your department doing using other methods?
President Davis, Councilor Gibson, I think that I look at this as a two-pronged approach for us. And the first prong is how do we meet the needs of today, and how do we ensure we have a pipeline for tomorrow? And in terms of the pipeline for today, we are doing different methods. They attend job fairs virtually, like we are having this meeting now. Like I stated, we have 200 people that I was told this morning are set up to test in the month of October. We have 92 people in the pipe who've passed some of those initial stages. So we're seeing good recruiting numbers come in now. I think COVID-19 and the insecurity of certain types of jobs and fields of employment have really benefited us, and we're taking as much advantage of those opportunities as possible. And those are our short-term solutions. But if you go back to our youth initiatives, one of the primary focuses of why I pushed youth initiatives as a field services deputy chief was I recognize that we need to tap into today's youth, and we need to start getting them interested in a career in law enforcement. And when you look at some of the programs that we're looking to start, they're geared to starting to get our younger generation thinking of a career in public safety. And I'm not just talking about police, for example. We partner with fire, we partner with the National Guard on a lot of these youth initiatives. And our goal is that short-term wise, we recruit hard, but we start building a culture with our youth of piquing that interest and getting them interested in law enforcement. And a lot of our youth programs, our internship programs, when people get to high school, some of the changes we're trying to make in types of training and how training goes out, hopefully that will create us a consistent pipeline that we're prepping people from very young to fill these positions, so the next generations of leaders at the police department don't have the same struggles that we have. And we could at least look back and say we had the forethought to start these programs, so it would be easier for recruiting and filling these positions.
Thank you, Chief. And Mr. President, if I may, one more quick follow-up question.
Vice President, go ahead.
So these are really difficult times. I'm sure virtually every law enforcement agency is faced with the same thing. So I love what you're doing with youth and youth programs. I see that is sort of addressing two things. One, not only, and helping young people consider law enforcement as a really good opportunity for them, but also to, to help keep down this anti-police across the country. So I think it does. It has a great potential to do many things there. But really, what I'm wondering about is the recruitment that you're doing. Is that just from the for the here and now, the people you've got coming in? Are they coming in primarily through the website, sir?
President Davis, Councilor Gibson, I'll have to get some exact numbers back to you, exactly what numbers are coming in from what areas. But it does seem that as proactive as our recruiting unit is becoming, we are getting numbers that we haven't seen in the last few years increasing for us, which is a good thing. If you look at it right now, like I stated earlier, we have about 68 people in process. We're hoping to have the same, if not more, in the spring. So I will research that and get some exact numbers back to council on what is our most successful venue in recruiting individuals to the department right now, and where it seems that we're getting our most of our applicants from.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Sinha, then Counselor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a question. I didn't see it clearly on the presentation. But regarding the Scientific Evidence Division, I didn't see a real number. How many staff that, including civilians?
I didn't hear President Davis, Councilor Sen. I didn't hear the last part of that question.
How many staff that division, including civilians?
I'll have to get that number back to you, but there's a number, the vast majority are sworn civilians. Let me see if I could get that number to you before we finish this. We'll see if the crime lab could give us an exact number on that shortly.
Thank you, appreciate that.
And we'll put a hold on that one for Counselor Sinha. Counselor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief, I took note, I probably should have already known this, but the prisoner transport unit, as you say, are not sworn officers. I have a question on that with regard to the proposed new department that the administration is proposing, the Community Safety Department. Is there something to be said, given that the PTU is picking up and dropping off people, but most importantly, dropping them off, but also seeing what's going on regularly on the streets and its interaction with the jail? Is there something to be said for that PTU to be moved under that department, in your opinion?
President Davis, Councilor Benton, I think that department may best be suited staying where it's at, because there's so much support with us with the department. I think there are areas where there could be some dual purpose to them, especially when they bring them back, making sure we're plugging people into the right resources and making sure that we're working with our county and city partners to best ensure that people are getting to the resources they need. If we're going to have long-term reductions in crime, a lot of that has to do with follow-up relentlessly and making sure that people are getting to the resources they need. So I'm sure there's going to be places where there's crossover and there's good, strong communication, but I think that for the most part, remaining with us may be one of the better ideas.
Okay, and I'm going to ask another question just because I've got you here. I meant to ask you probably the other night when we were talking about the budget, but I appreciate the meeting that we had about the downtown disturbance or riot after that came after one of the early Black Lives Matter protests, but it was not necessarily connected to that protest. The perpetrators that night were certainly taking advantage of the situation, of something they probably knew that was going on. But nonetheless, I appreciated that conversation and your description of some of the other players in that. My mistake was I forgot to ask you, were there arrests made that night downtown, the night that they had the chemo for a while, etc.? Were arrests made that night? And if so, what are the status of those cases?
President Davis, Councilor Benton, I did speak with our investigative deputy chief and get an update on that specific question. I was told that there was about 40 hours of review done by the Real-Time Crime Center to live stream and various videos that were obtained that night. They still haven't been able to solidly identify any suspects. The case is still open and active, and if any suspects do come, they are prepared to conduct investigations and to see if they could levy charges on anybody involved. But as it stands right now, they've generated no solid suspects, and a lot of it had to do with individuals were masked up, and it was hard to positively identify them from what I'm being told.
That's right, Chief. But the other thing he told me was there were a lot of vehicles involved in that disturbance, and that what those vehicles are, who they are, license plates, identification of vehicles. I have to say that I'm kind of astounded that not one arrest was made. With the people who were inside the chemo, wouldn't those people have been detained?
President Davis, Councilor Benton, the individuals inside the chemo, when munitions was put in to clear out the chemo, they actually ran out the back door of the chemo. So nobody was detained at that moment as related to the chemo. We didn't have the video footage and the ability, and you bring up a big point. I'm gonna follow up and make sure that they did look at license plate numbers, and if there's anybody that they could levy charges on, reference the vehicles, we will. But the vehicles caused a lot of the disturbance, but a lot of the damage that was done downtown that night was caused by individuals on foot. But I will have them look into the vehicle angle. I don't know if they've done that, but I will follow through, and I'll make sure that that recommendation is taken and that they look into that from the vehicle side.
Yeah, it would seem to me, I understand the dynamics, right? The fact that there were a bunch of vehicles screwing around downtown at the same time people were rioting. But I know that's complicated, but I'm just saying, to the extent there's any connection there, I know it was a crowd control situation, and I appreciate what happened, and that APD thought everything was over after the protest, and it took some time to get back. It grew up out of nowhere, etc. But gosh, there are all kinds of. I don't know what we're doing in terms of some of the facial recognition technology, things like that, but I do support you guys. I do support fighting that kind of activity that went on that night. And of course, I've also been public about my thoughts about the Oñate protest, that we've got to be on the front lines of those things, whether we like it or not. And so anything that you can find out about that and its relationship to the basically monster truck crowd, I think is who we're talking about, who was blocking up the streets at that time. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilor Ben. We have Councilor Borrego, and then we'll either go back to Councilor Senna if we have a chance for that discussion we tabled, or we can put that into another meeting. So Councilor Borrego.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to make an observation regarding the children's unit, the crimes against children. And I want to thank all the counselors for participating and giving them 9 new computers. When I started working with them 2 years ago, there were 2 officers in that unit, and now they're talking about 12. So I think that really sheds light on what's happening with crimes against our children. And I think that that's something that we really need to keep an eye on in the future, because that increase is just paramount. And I just, I think that, understanding the dark web and all kind of the underground things that are happening in our community are something that we as a council really, and we all participated, but I think just keeping an eye on that and having that on our radar in the future. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Borrego. Councilor Senna, I know we put a question aside a minute ago to try to follow up, and so I want to give you the floor back if you want to revisit that, or if you want to sit that off to another meeting or an offline conversation. Councilor Senna?
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I would like to know those updated numbers, but if we can, it just kind of goes back to the kind of budget discussions that we're having regarding the staffing of this. So if not now, Thursday would be best.
President Davis, Councilor Senna, I just got information back from the Deputy Chief of Investigations. There are 113 people assigned to the crime lab, and 15 of those 113 are sworn. The vast majority, the overwhelming number there are civilian due to their job function and the specialties involved in processing evidence, whether it be on the scientific side in terms of on the biology side or even on the gun side. The vast majority are civilians that have the background necessary to do that type of work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councilor, seeing no other questions, Chief, we really appreciate you. I know you've had a busy day, and thanks for making that time with whomever that is sitting next to you in her mask. I can't see, but I know she was there getting those numbers, so thank you. Councilors, any other discussion on those items? Seeing none, thank you, Chiefs, and we'll see you shortly. Councilor Benton, I think we're back to your presentation now. We did some magic, and our staff found not only the text version, but Mr. Moya, I think, can share it online so everybody can see. And so we're going to bring Ms. Bridge back in and give you the floor.
All right, thanks. Thanks for that. Apologize for that delay. Yeah, we have Linda Bridge, our of the Housing Authority, our Regional Housing Authority, is with us here today, Albuquerque Housing. And she brought this to my attention. I said, we absolutely need to bring this to our public's attention. So I'll read this, and then we'll hear from Ms. Bridge with any addition that she would like to place on the matter. But so this is a proclamation for National Housing Month. Whereas for the last 80 years, it has been the policy of this nation to promote the general welfare of the nation by assisting the states and their political subdivisions to remedy the unsafe and unsanitary housing conditions and the acute shortage of decent, safe, and sanitary dwellings for lower-income families under the U.S. Housing Act. And whereas, according to the State of the Nation's Housing Report, nearly 41 million households now pay more than half their income for housing, with more than 4 out of 5 with incomes below $15,000 paying more than 30% of their income for housing. In Albuquerque, 9 in 10 renter households with extremely low incomes are rent burdened, including 82% of households whose monthly rent is more than half their monthly income. And whereas, according to current estimates, on any given night, there are nearly 650,000 homeless people nationwide, and up to the 3.5 million persons who experience homelessness at some point throughout the year. An estimated 2,200 Albuquerque households experience chronic homelessness and need permanent supportive housing. Whereas while the number of rental housing households with extremely low incomes in Albuquerque is increasing, the supply of rental units affordable to households with extremely low incomes is shrinking. And whereas, according to the National Low Income Housing Coalition's Out of Reach report, in no state can a full-time minimum wage earner afford a 1 or 2 bedroom rental unit at fair market rent. And whereas the National Housing Conference, healthcare workers, and many other working professionals are priced out of home ownership in the majority of U.S. population areas nationwide, and whereas the NAHR officials raise public awareness of the importance of affordable housing and community development programs and resources, And whereas the aforementioned groups have declared October Housing America Month part of a year-long national campaign to inform the public and decision makers of the critical needs to address the nation's housing and community development concerns, be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby endorses the Housing America campaign, its goals, objectives, and purposes, and recommits to meeting affordable housing and community development needs in Albuquerque. And Ms. Bridge, would you like to speak?
Thank you. Thank you, Council President, Councilor Benton, all city councilors. I appreciate your time this afternoon passing this proclamation, recognizing Housing America Month, and helping us this month as we work to raise awareness for the importance of affordable housing and funding for affordable housing. I look forward to continuing to work together, your continuing support, so we can keep this issue on the forefront to help meet the unmet need, housing needs for the most vulnerable here in Albuquerque. Thank you again for helping bring attention to this matter.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Benton.
Thank
Any
you,
other
Linda. And Linda and I worked over the years in affordable housing, and we're very lucky to have her at the helm over at the Housing Authority. We're excited about a big rehab project we're finally going to get going after all these years in Martineztown. And you know, that's been a great project and a successful and well-received affordable housing project by the neighborhood for many decades now, and it's due for a makeover, and way overdue, I should say. But we're going to finally get that done. So thank goodness for that and the good work that the Housing Authority does. And I want to thank my fellow councilors over the years for supporting. I've always kind of scratched and clawed in the bad years, housing money, and my councilor colleagues have always come through and helped with that. And we got to keep our eye on the ball. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benton, for bringing this. And Ms. Bridge, I just want to say thanks, and please extend our appreciation to your staff too. The Housing Authority is one of those agencies that often doesn't get a lot of attention publicly, but the work that you all did to adapt to your tenants during COVID, to help work out some of those challenges, to house some more people who needed it in an urgent situation, and to work through some of your clients' financial issues without having them lose housing, deserves accommodation and recognition as well. So just please tell your staff we know they're working hard and we appreciate their work. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I will do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Moya, if we'll move Ms. Bridge back to the waiting room, we'll let her get back to work, and we'll move on to general public comment. And folks, if you'll just bear with us just a minute, we've got a long list of public comment today. Mr. Moya is bringing them all in, and so we'll get that started as soon as we have everybody. So give us just a minute. And he says we're good, so here we go. Folks, as was stated earlier, live public comment is back at the City Council. In order to do that, we ask folks to sign up to speak on the list that was available, put out on Friday. But again, we also had many written comments that were received and distributed to councilors over the weekend and earlier today. A few housekeeping notes and rules. Members of the public are able to address the council if they've signed up for live public comment per the rules that we published on the agenda and on our website on Friday. Members of the public will have already been moved from the waiting room, and they will be allowed to speak as their name is called. Members will, in the public comment, will remain muted until they are called upon to speak by the moderator, Mr. Moya, at which point they will have 1.5 minutes to provide council comments. After that, you'll be muted once again. Mr. Moya has already moved members of the public in. And so hello to all of you that are joining us to provide that. Here are a few ground rules to get us started. As I mentioned, each participant has 1.5 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to councilors only and through the council president. It's not a forum for debate or back and forth questions. Any disruptive comment will result in removal from the Zoom meeting. If you've been watching us on one of the live streams on YouTube or GovTV or Comcast, we'll ask you to turn that off or mute now so that you can hear us here on Zoom. There's a little delay on those broadcasts, and so we want to be able to hear you live and in person and for you to hear us. And so while you're hearing comment, please be sure you're using your Zoom app to do that. Mr. Moya, why don't you get us started and get us started with our first speaker?
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker will be Mr. Paul Madrigon, followed by Tom Horan. Mr. Madrigon, your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. Just to clarify that you could hear me.
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you. President Davis and members of the City Council, I'm Paul Mondragon, and I'm speaking today on behalf of New Mexico Biopark Society and our proposal for operating admissions and guest services for the biopark. I've been a member of the board of directors of the society for many years. I'm a past president, an annual donor, and my business also is a proud sponsor of NMBPS. The New Mexico Biopark Society has a 50-year history supporting the Albuquerque Biopark. The society is the right choice to manage admissions to the biopark from a business perspective because of the strategies to increase admission sales and donate all net revenue, not just the required 75% to the biopark. This public-private partnership is also the right choice for our community. The society's plans to develop a team of highly skilled guest service representatives will increase guest satisfaction. From the moment guests arrive at the biopark to the time they depart, NMBPS staff will provide unparalleled, friendly, and genuine guest service. The NMBPS management strategy will allow for 17,400 guests to pass through the zoo's main gates per day, far more than any single day in the last 5 years. By exceeding guest expectations, guests will perceive a greater value for the ticket price. Research shows that this will be particularly important in a post-COVID world when many families' discretionary expenditures may be limited. The Biopark Society's operations of admissions will secure the biopark's financial success and ensure the facility remains a premier destination and source of community pride. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Tom Horan, and he'll be followed by Patricia Dickinson. Mr. Moran, please mute yourself. Feel free to turn your video, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking. Mr. Horan, are you there?
A second. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Tom Horan. My wife and I, Mary Ann Campbell Horan, would like to address the council and appreciate the chance to do so. Appreciate you working as hard as you do. In my experience, my family's experience over 50 years of representing the city of Albuquerque. My dad was the city attorney, and we both lobbied, and I know how hard you work. We'd like to talk about, just as neighbors, Council Bill 0-20-30 by Councilor Diane Gibson relating to the short-term rental ordinance. We support the ordinance, we support its passage. We think it goes a long way to solve some of the problems. We've had problems. We live in Councilor Benton's district, and there have been problems with next door neighbor's house to us with the Airbnb and teen minors drinking, gunshots. 18 rounds were shot at the building next to us and further up the street. And we think that this goes a long way to hopefully stopping some of the people who have too many people in the facilities and who are doing things they shouldn't be doing, like minors driving at 60 or 70 miles up Laguna Boulevard in front of our house on a Sunday morning after they've come. There have been too many people in these single-family homes, which are single-family homes just like all other R1 homes, except they get to have people in the facility
Thank
paying
you, Mr.
rent.
Haran. Mr. Haran, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patricia Dickinson, followed by Ms. Dacia Card. Ms. Dickinson, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn on your video, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
What I wanted to say, but that's all right.
Hi, I'm Patricia Dickinson Wells. I'm the director of Festival Ballet Albuquerque, and every year with your support, we produce Nutcracker in the Land of Enchantment. I'm proposing to present Nutcracker this year in December, as crazy as it sounds, in an outdoor drive-up venue. I'm currently working under strict COVID protocols in the studio, including all the social distancing and masks. The rehearsals and performances will also follow those strict protocols, as will the reduced size orchestra that will be set up in a tent outside. We will be using heaters. We have a history of dancing on the gazebo in Old Town during holiday stroll. So we've been outside in the cold before. I met with Susan Rice of Parks and Recs Saturday, and we identified a lot at Balloon Fiesta Park. We'll build a stage, mobile stage from Stage Line 320 with full lighting, sound design, mobile heaters. 3 cameras will be shooting up to an LED video, walls built specifically for this. The musicians will be mic'd and sent through a low frequency FM radio feed, and 50 professional musicians, dancers, designers, and crew will have the opportunity to work. COVID's not going away, and I would like to propose that we continue with this holiday favorite.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. If you'll stay with us, I see a couple of counselors have some follow-up questions they want to ask. I'll start with Counselor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to ask the Director of Cultural Affairs to visit with Ms. Dickinson and explore this further. Did you hear me?
I can hear you. What?
Yeah. Oh, no, I just want to talk to the Director of Cultural Affairs and just see if she can get with Ms. Dickinson and explore this further.
Mr. President and Councilor Harris, I will make sure that we talk to Shell so she can get with Ms. Dickinson. Thank you.
And I see that the Director Sanchez is up with us with her thumbs up upstairs as well. Thanks. Thanks, Counselor. Counselor Benton, you had a question.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, I actually wanted to see if Mr. Haran wanted to just conclude his remarks. That specific event has really drawn a lot of attention in our part of the town, and it's pretty horrific, and I really appreciate what Councilor Gibson is doing. I wanted to just see if Tom Haran wanted to have a concluding remark.
Yeah.
Thank you, Counselor. We'll come back to it. We'll see if we can raise Mr. Haran again in just a second.
Okay.
We'll come back
Thank
to
you.
it. Counselors, any other questions for Ms. Dickinson regarding the proposal for the drive-in event later this year? Thanks. Ms. Dickinson, thanks for presenting that. It sounds like you already have some good support. You can count me in as well. So we'll look forward to that update. And thanks, Counselor Harris, for bringing that to us.
She's the one from.
Thank you all.
Is she the one from the south?
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Moya, would you call the next speaker, please? Or if Mr. Haran is back and available, we'll come back to him for Counselor Benton's question. Thanks. All right, Mr. Haran, I see you again. Your time ran out, but as our policy, the counselors can ask follow-up questions if they have some, and it sounds like Counselor Benton wants to learn more about your concerns about that ordinance or the Airbnb conditions.
Thanks, sir.
Counselor Benton, would you just state your question again so that we can all hear it? We had Mr. Haran in the waiting room. I'm not sure we could hear you.
Yes, I just thought, Mr. Haran was kind of finishing up with a pretty compelling story. So I just wanted to make sure he had a chance to conclude his remarks.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll try to. If you look on page 4 of that ordinance, the bottom C4, the authority to have an Airbnb is revoked after 3 or more instances of violation of city ordinances or state statutes within a 12-month period. And they could run the parameter from very small to very severe, like gunshot wounds, people hurt by underage drunk driving, etc. I think you might want to consider that, and I think you might want to continue on in some instances to be able to have the violations go beyond a 12-month period. And secondly, there ought to be some violations that you ought to look to taking away the ability for people to have people in their houses if it does bodily harm to others. And I just think you ought to look at that. But I think passing the ordinance basically is very important. And you might want to look at those things in the future. I think Councilor Gibson and Councilor Benton and others would be willing to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Horan. Councilor Benton and Councilor Gibson.
Yeah, just really quickly, Tom, I have an amendment that we're going to discuss, and it just has to do with the maximum number of people at a party, not within the dwelling itself. That's already established, but that maximum number for a get together of people from outside the rental group. And I believe that's set at 20 now. I have an amendment to make that 16. Do you have any thoughts on the magic number in that area?
I think, Councilor, I think you all will have just as good a handle on it as I do, because there's a lot of different situations around the city. And we've had several people come in and have celebrations of marriages and baptisms, et cetera, and been just fine. And it's going to be just in some instances where you're going to have trouble. And I think you all are you're qualified to make those decisions.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Councilor Gibson, you also had a follow-up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I believe if I understood Mr. Rand correctly, that he's wondering about what kind of discretion might be exercised, in light of providing, a fair estimation of violations and the types of violations. So we will be talking about that when the bill is heard, sir. And we have a staff member, Ms. Morris, who has been working on this, and we'll get to that once the bill is being heard, and that I believe it's towards the top of the agenda. So, but I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much, Mr. Horan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor, and thank you, Mr. Horan. You were a popular speaker tonight. Thanks for coming back for us. Mr. Moya, would you call the next speaker?
Our next speaker is Dacia Card, will be followed by James Church. Ms. Card, if you want to unmute yourself, and please feel free to turn your video. Your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Okay, my video doesn't start. It says I still can't start it, but so President Davis and members of the City Council. Let me see if it'll start. Sorry. President Davis and members of the City Council. My name is Dacia Card, and I'm here to talk to you about the Biopark Society. Their proposal for operating the admissions and guest services for the Biopark. For many years, I was the auditor for the Biopark Society, and so I'm very well aware of their financial, the financial details of the Biopark Society, and the fact that they are fiscally responsible and a financially sound organization. I sold my my portion of the accounting business, and I now am the business manager at the Sandia Prep. But I am very happy that I am now on the board of the Biopark Society. I am confident in the Society's ability to manage this new operation, including the complex finances and the fiscal responsibility. Because they exist solely to support the biopark, it will contribute all net revenue and guest services and ticket sales. Their plan will generate revenue through increased admission and membership sales, upgrades for attraction and add-ons, and donations. With their proposed new ticket options, the Biopark Society projects an increase in revenue of $100,000 to $500,000 annually. And again, all the net revenue will be contributed to the biopark. Because of their sound financial practices, the Biopark Society is the right organization to manage the biopark's admissions and guest services. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Card. Our next speaker is Mr. James Church, be followed by Dr. Joe Valles. Mr. Church, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your video, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, counselors. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here to, I'm a 26-year resident of Four Hills Village. I'm here to support the renaming of the Four Hills Village Park located in Four Hills Village to rename it as the Ed Barsis Memorial Park. Dr. Barsis did much to improve the quality of life for Four Hills Village residents. Among his many accomplishments was the Four Hills Village Park. Residents with children had been requesting it for decades, but had been denied. Ed worked closely with City Councilor Don Harris to make it happen. Many of Ed's good works are known only to those who went to him with personal needs and concerns. When made aware of an injustice or when guidance was requested by another resident for a specific situation, he gave his all until the mission was accomplished. Naming the Four Hills Village Park in his honor is a fitting tribute to his many accomplishments on behalf of the Four Hills Village neighborhood. Thank you. I hope you could hear me.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Church. Our next speaker is Dr. Joe Valles, followed by Jerry Worrell. Mr. Valles, if you want to unmute yourself, please feel free to turn on your video, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
In reference to the September 16th City Council meeting, and it needs to be said forcibly that the unwarranted mischaracterization of the West Side Coalition by Councilor Don Harris and comments by other councilors, in particular Councilors Diane Gibson and Trudy Jones, was nothing more than about stifling public input into the IDO process. That is the way we feel. Our West Side Councilor Borrego was not treated well and was right in defending her proposed last-minute amendments. The council knew, or should have known, as Mr. Melendres confirmed, that amendments are made at any time, all the time. One finds it hard to believe that some in the council weren't aware of it. And as stated in a written letter, Councilor Harris in particular owes the historically hardworking members of the West Side Coalition an apology. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Valles. Our next speaker is Mr. Jerry Worrell. Please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your video, and you will be followed by Jessica Morning. Mr. Worrell, your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking. Mr. Worrell, please proceed. I think you're muted, sir. If you could unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. For some reason, I don't see any video of me, but that's probably best. I want to follow up on what Dr. Valles started with, and as all of you know, you've received copies of correspondence and an open letter to Councilor Harris on the subject that Joe covered. I also had sent that, as you know, to the Albuquerque Journal, which has chosen not to publish my open letter to Councilor Harris. But because Joe covered that, I want to go past that, that ask for an apology to get down to the real core of the matter, which is public input. It's something that I believe that you cannot shut off, nor should you. I think good ideas come from the public. We have countless examples of where the West Side Coalition has come forth with an idea, 2 exit lanes off of I-40, by working with a state representative that was brand new to the job by one of the residents. And I want to finish my 1.5 minutes with a statement that, I've been doing this, contacting city councils, standing in front of city councils since 1957. And one of the things that I think would guide us well in the future is to take what I said at the last of my letter about using Rotary Club's 4-way test and everything that we say and do to one another. Is it the truth? Is it fair to everyone that's concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendship? And will it benefit all of us? And I'll close with that. Thank you.
Councilor Harris, I think you have a follow-up.
Yes, I do. I am not apologizing to anyone. What I said was absolutely appropriate. And this is not a question, by the way. Nobody wants to shut down public input from the West Side Coalition. What I said is that it was not timely. There was a process, it was an annual update. We were already starting the next annual update, and it was totally inappropriate for a group to try to overturn amendments that were actually passed in the Land Use Planning Committee through a last-minute approach while, just the weekend before this special meeting. So it's not anything about input, it's the timing of the input, which was inappropriate, and I stand by those comments. Thank you.
Mr. Moyer.
Our next speaker is Jessica Morning, followed by Ashley Hajini. Ms. Morning, I see your video on, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Jessica Morning. I'm representing New Mexico Backing the Blue, which is an organization of over a dozen pro-law enforcement nonprofits here in Albuquerque. And I'd like to preface this with saying I do not personally know Interim Chief Harold Medina. What I do know is I'm seeing a lot of concerning issues coming out of City Hall and the recent chess game with APD, primarily regarding Medina. First of all, I find it worrisome that Interim Chief will be under consideration for next police chief. I know it's been said that there will be a nationwide search for this position, but I can't see how any candidate would take the chance and leave their current position for a job that may or may not last for a year or so. To common citizens as myself, it appears Medina was in on a plot to move into Chief Geyer's position several months before Chief Geyer was asked to retire. Ambition is not a bad thing, but when you sacrifice your integrity and betray those who have helped you get where you are, that shows a clear deficiency in his character. In addition, most noble leaders have the ability to gain respect through their actions and not through fear. And I bring this up based on Medina's own words from the Albuquerque Journal dated September 26th with regards to his discipline style, where he says, and I quote, "I have the personality that if there's a little bit of fear that the chief is going to do something if something comes up. Officers already have to watch their backs in the field as it is. I don't think they should have to watch their backs when it comes to their executive staff." All this coupled with Medina's own involvement in not one, but 2 shootings, which helped bring the DOJ into Albuquerque, makes me question his judgment and leadership abilities. And at this point, I implore City Council that when the time comes to choose a new chief, please take careful consideration as to the political motives of the mayor and his staff. The city needs someone who is best for combating crime in the city and not someone who is shown to be a yes man to the mayor or one that is willing to just be a pawn for his own gain. So at that point, I implore you to use your best judgment and to back up the city when it comes to crime. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Morning. Our next speaker is Ashley Hajini, followed by Antoinette Suina. Ms. Hajini, please unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. Thank you, President Davis, councilors. I'm Ashley Hajini, Regional Government Affairs Manager for Expedia Group, which includes the short-term rental platform Vrbo.com, here today in support of the draft short-term rental ordinance 2030. I would first like to thank Vice President Gibson and staff for their diligence in crafting the ordinance. We are fully supportive of this draft. Vrbo works closely with short-term rental homeowners and operators across the country, and as a regional manager, I have experience in helping local governments craft policy in dozens of jurisdictions in the US. We believe in a holistic approach to public policy and that successful regulations should balance the needs of everyone involved, homeowners, travelers, governments, neighbors, communities, and should be crafted in such a way that it can be enforced fully and efficiently. We understand also that education and enforcement can sometimes be a challenge for jurisdictions that are new to regulating this industry. So I hope that Albuquerque will consider Verbo a partner and a resource in developing and implementing a program that achieves compliance and sets the city up for success moving forward. So thank you again, Vice President Gibson and staff. Very happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Antoinette Suina, followed by Jay Campbell. Ms. Suina, please unmute yourself. Your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. In 2017, we were hit by a police officer at an accelerated speed through an intersection at 80 miles an hour. My 6-year-old son, Anthony, passed away, and my 9-year-old daughter at the time was in a coma and critically injured. Chief Geyer not only shared our pain, but he helped us create positive change and safety in our community. He was the only one in authority who reached out to us. The previous administration did not care. Love and compassion is necessary for humanity to grow in unity. Chief Geyer opened those doors for us to work together to turn tragedy. He is a man of integrity and compassion who did not deserve to be treated the way Mayor Tim Keller has treated him and others. The mayor disregarded who Chief Geyer is and what Chief Geyer has accomplished for our community. Albuquerque needed Chief Geyer. He made it possible to heal together, make progress, and stand united. If I have time, I want to speak. I have a letter from Valerie Jameson, and I want to speak on behalf of her and read this letter. One, Albuquerque, what does that truly mean? As a native, I have watched this beautiful city go through a lot of transitions, from dirt roads to paved highways, from mesas to beautiful neighborhood communities where parents felt safe allowing their kids to ride their bikes up and down the street without fear of being caught in the crosshair of violence. I have watched our beautiful city unite.
Antoinette, I apologize. Your time is up, but if you'd like to submit the letter by writing, we're happy to share that with counselors. You can send it to yourself or Mr. Moya through our comments link. But I also want to point out that Counselor Gibson has a follow-up question. So Counselor Gibson?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Suina, would you go ahead and finish up your remarks, please?
Finish my remarks to read this letter?
Yes, go ahead and finish that up, if you would.
But we have a unique position. We have been given platforms for change. As a founder and president of Stand True Blue, I believe it is time for us to stand up and be a positive and unifying support for the LEOs. I have had an extreme privilege of working with APD and other law enforcement agencies for many years. It has been an honor because I have had the chance of getting to know some of the most brave, selfless, compassionate, and community-oriented individuals in the city. I have watched them run into danger and the rest of us run out or hide safely in our homes. I have watched them walk away from calls broken because they just saw the worst of humanity can do to a small innocent child. I have watched them put on a brave face as they go from one devastating call to the next and then try to bury it so deep that when they go home, they can embrace their own families as their day was perfect. These people are my heroes, and I will do everything I can to support and defend, not defund them. They are a huge part of One Albuquerque. In fact, they are the foundation of One. When researching other cities, I have found that those who are thriving are the ones who work side by side with their police departments and allow the chief, command staff, and officers to do their job. Recent events have demonstrated a distributing trend, as it has been very revealing about the mayor and his office treats the chief of police. This is a position that should be respected, and the mayor and his office should glean from those he puts in position, not infringing on the job. They hired us to do the citizens of Albuquerque and then attack their character when disagreements occur. As with every organization, there is a clear chain of command, and when this chain of command is breached, then our city suffers, and one Albuquerque becomes about one controlling Albuquerque. So back to my question, one Albuquerque, what does that mean? You city councilors are in position to help unify our city or turn a blind eye and allow this abuse of power to continue. What will you choose? What legacy will you leave behind? I pray that it is the one of change and accountability. We truly are better together, but only when one Albuquerque includes everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. Sweeney. I'm assuming that the president's going to give me the floor for just a few minutes. I have to recognize that it's you're doing a very brave thing here in light of your loss, and speaking to City Council and everyone who is attending today. I thank you for being here, and my experience with the outgoing chief was very similar to yours. Not the loss part, thank goodness, but his kindness as a gentleman and as a police officer, truly a public servant. So thank you very much for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, councilors. Mr. Moya, will you call our next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Jay Campbell, followed by Kathleen Adams. Mr. Campbell, your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking. You are muted, sir, if you can unmute yourself.
Got it. Okay, hello, good evening. Thank you. I'm urging you to vote against the short-term rental bill this evening. I really thought it had been rejected last year due to the overwhelming opposition by all parties affected. Apparently it has been revived intact despite the outcry. This whole project is a solution looking for a problem. Zoning codes and state landlord laws fully cover the subject. Occupancy taxes are already being collected en masse by Airbnb. The idea of registering, licensing, inspecting, or otherwise adding government participation in this process would cost everyone involved without adding any benefits. Bureaucracy would grow, guests would pay more, hosts would earn less. The main controls for quality, value, and public safety are built into the STR software. They're minimum standards for all properties, house rules for all guests. Hosts and guests review each other for every transaction. Bad apples get washed out fairly swiftly. Safety equipment, or the lack thereof, is highlighted in listings along with all other amenities. People know what they want, what they're getting. They should be free to choose. There's no problem here to solve, though. A few anecdotes from a few disgruntled neighbors is not a call to action. Specific problems with a host or a guest can be resolved with existing regulations. Statistically, problems are a negligible fraction of the overall number of visits. The cumulative value of these visits to hosts, guests, and the local economy far outweighs any negative events. Any new regulation must be based on real data and not just protecting a certain special interest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miss Kathleen Adams, followed by Jim Cochran. Ms. Adams, your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you very much for letting me visit the meeting today. I have to provide a rebuttal to Councilor Harris, a most direct rebuttal. Sir, Members of the West Side Coalition have participated diligently in meetings from July on. We attended a meeting the week before September 16th. We submitted our comments in a spreadsheet along with representatives from other neighborhood associations. We have been diligent. We have been timely. We have responded to every change that has been submitted. Your comments were unwarranted and they denigrate our reputation. We deserve better. We deserve an apology. We deserve for you to do a little research to find out what is happening. We submitted our information to the councilors for consideration. We did it as best we could. You should encourage citizen participation at every step of every process. You should never put up barriers to citizen participation. And I resent the fact that you chose to attack us in the meeting. Shame on you. Shame on all of you for not speaking up for citizens. I certainly hope that this comes to public light so that all citizens in Albuquerque can become aware of exactly what happened. Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry that I had to speak today.
Councilor Harris, and then Councilor Benton. Councilor Harris, we're not able to hear you. Would you try yourself again?
Thank you. The issue is that these comments were appropriate, as many councilors said, for the next year's revisions. They were not appropriate at the last minute amendments, which were submitted literally days before a process that's been going on for over a year. So that was the problem. The content of the comments were not the problem. The timing of them were, and I stand by those comments.
Councilor Benton.
I think Councilor Harris summarized what I was going to say. This was a procedural issue of multiple amendments coming that had not been seen and could not be digested and acted upon at the meeting at which they were brought. And we're talking about a process that has been going on for over a year. This is the annual update, and the annual update was already overdue. And these were brought forward at a late moment. They have nothing to do. And I absolutely, the whole point of the IDO and the process of amending it is for citizen input. But the next round is starting as we speak, and that's the time to bring something new into the discussion. And as was said, I believe also some of the amendments were amending action that was just taken. So to do that and to bring that forth without even time for councilors to even consider it prior to the meeting, it wasn't timely. So I understand that Ms. Adams thinks we should be ashamed of ourselves, but I'm just saying that I'm not going to act on anything, no matter what it is, on that kind of a schedule. And I hope that the individuals from the coalition bring forth their ideas for the next round. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm trying. Councilor Borrego.
Well, I want to thank the West Side Coalition for stepping up and for bringing their amendments forward. I think that this is supposed to be a fluid experience in terms of amending the IDO. If the councilors remember, I asked for a third land use meeting to be held because there were some issues that still had not been resolved. And I was denied that request. So in lieu of not having that additional third hearing, the only other option that we had was to bring those amendments forward, which I fully intend to bring forward again at our annual update, because I think there are still issues that are unresolved, some of which include Coors Boulevard and our view protections and density issues that are still issues with regard to that particular road and do affect the West Side. So I just want to thank the West Side Coalition for being on this, for coming forward today.
Mr. Moya, we call our next speaker.
Next speaker is Jim Cochran, followed by Mary Lou Cochran. Mr. Cochran, your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jim Cochran. I'm a former president for the Four Hills Village Association. I started with Councilor Harris in the naming of the park, and we went through a very long, tedious process by getting the board to approve the park and the name of the park, the Barses Mickelson Memorial Park at Four Hills Village. And then we had it voted on at the annual meeting in January of 2020. And therefore, since then, some other things have happened. Mr. Mickelson's relatives asked that he not be put on it. And so Don came back to the board, and my understanding is that the proposal is the Ed Barses Memorial Park at Four Hills Village. I am in favor of that. And most people, I don't see any reason why most people wouldn't be, but I've known both Ed Barses and Mr. Mickelson for the last 26 years of my residency here in Four Hills. And I know both of those people have done a lot of work for the neighborhood, but Ed Barses has probably put the biggest effort into getting the park put in at Four Hills Village. So I would agree and be in favor of renaming the park to Ed Barses Memorial Park at Four Hills Village. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. And I believe we're sticking there with you and going to hear from Mary Lou as well. Mary Lou, your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the president and the members of the City Council for allowing me to voice my approval for the changing of the name of the park in Four Hills Village. Ed Barses was a leader in our Four Hills neighborhood who passed away a few years ago. He was not one to seek attention or notoriety, but I feel he should be honored and remembered for the work that he did to encourage the establishment of the park, as well as other issues that he devoted his time and energy to for the betterment of our beautiful neighborhood. So I would like to encourage the name change to the Ed Barses Memorial Park at Four Hills Village. Thank you.
Councilor Harris.
Just one comment for Jim and Mary Lou is that Director Simon suggested that memorial maybe isn't the best use of that word for this particular park. So we're going to be dropping the word memorial.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, that concludes general public comments.
Thank you all for your participation tonight, and thank you to everyone who signed up and joined in those conversations. Next up on our agenda are economic development discussions, and tonight we have none. Counselors, we're moving on to administration Q&A. I see we have administration staff in both the budget conference room and I'm pretty sure upstairs when we get them back. And so we're going to start with counselors who submitted their questions first. Counselor Senna, you were the first in, so you're the first up.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And I just want to note that many of the questions I'll be asking actually came from my constituents and hoping to get some response. First question is, what is the schedule for trash pickup at our parks and our open space?
Mr. President and Councilor Senna, this is Dave Simon, the Director of the Parks and Recreation Department. Thank you for your question. The schedule does depend on the park. So for extremely, but most parks get their trash collected twice a week, some smaller parks once a week. And for certain larger parks like Pat Hurley Park in your district, we actually pick up the trash 5 times a week. So it does depend. For open space, we generally run a trash pickup twice a week. Although during the public health emergency right now, we have seen trash volumes rise across the city, and we have been trying to pick up trash more frequently from the open space areas, as much as 3 times a week.
Thank you for that, Director. I know that many of the constituents that reached out were really concerned about our petroglyph area, that especially during weekends, they see a large uptick. And of course, what my recommendation too is also that, we're trying to urge a lot of our residents to pack it in, pack it out, and to, avoid that. But I appreciate you sharing that. My next question is about what's the current schedule for transit, meaning our buses for ART and ARTX? Will there be any changes moving forward? I know that a lot of the constituents that I've talked to noted that there was a lot of wait periods, a really long wait period between bus stops or pickup times, and it would just extend too long. So if anyone from the admin is available to answer that.
You can go ahead and unmute me. Council President Davis, Councilor President Davis, Councilor Sena, I'm Stephanie Dominguez, the Deputy Director of the Transit Department. Just to give a brief background of how our services changed over the last few months, March 28th was the first major reduction in service. We were running on a Saturday-Sunday schedule. Our ART was not running. We expanded service on June 13th. So ART is now running, as well as ARTX, which is the 790 line. Once we resumed service, we did implement several COVID-safe practices, and this included limiting capacity on buses in order to adhere to the social distancing measures. And unfortunately, we are seeing that that is impacting our frequency. We'd be happy to reach out to your office to find out a little bit more information about where constituents are seeing those longer wait times.
Appreciate that, and would love to follow up with the constituent as well. Thank you for sharing that.
Counselor, did you have another question?
Yes, 2 more questions, Council President. My next question is for the administration for what's the current practice for addressing a person experiencing homelessness?
I see Director Pierce in the budget conference room is volunteering.
Thank you, Council President and Councilor Sena. Our current practice, if there is somebody who's without a home and experiencing homelessness in our community, is one easy step to take is to dial 768-HELP, and that is operational 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 7 days a week. What that does is it begins to get people connected to one of our outreach and homeless providers, nonprofit in our community. I think ultimately the practice when somebody is without a home is through outreach providers getting them connected to one. And sometimes that takes multiple contacts to build a relationship. And the ultimate is once a relationship is built is to work with that person to have them complete a risk assessment. And that's the one we talked about the other night called the VIASPDAT. But that determines somebody's risk, and then they're on a list for access for housing. And I do want to say that the Homeless Coordinating Council specifically has an outreach committee group, and there are some very great high impact strategies being recommended from that group, because I think we know we can do some better coordination in our community. But it's the simplest answer is through our outreach providers and the 768-HELP.
Mr. President, if I could do follow-up. So Director, I'm just curious because so when I asked about the practice, so are you saying that when an individual is experiencing homelessness, how the city addresses it, whether it's the homeless outreach team, the wellness checks, but I think, is it dependent upon the resident witnessing a person experiencing homelessness to actually call this number to get that outreach? Or, how does that trigger that response?
Council President and Councilor Sena, thank you for that follow-up. The reason I zoomed into 768 HELP, since a constituent had asked you the question, I thought that might help the most. But really, the city has multiple responses to homelessness. If it is somebody down and out or somebody needing help, we do work with AFR and other providers, as well as we are operating our homeless shelter. The WEC, Westside Emergency Housing Center, is open 365 days a year with several bus pickups. So that's one of our core strategies to really help support people without homes. We also know not everybody wants to be at a shelter, and so we're connecting them to other resources in the community.
So one of the questions I think constituents were mostly concerned of is that they were having issues, constantly trying to do this outreach themselves of the people experiencing homelessness, and then oftentimes they were gone. They weren't in the location that they were previously, so having to run around the city trying to locate them. What can you give as advice to that? Or, is that something that the city is addressing, that, these individuals are not there anymore? Is it a certain particular issue with that?
Council President Davis and Councilor Sena, that is a really great question. One of the high impact strategies recommended by the outreach group is how the outreach providers do work together to map if there was somebody on a particular street corner that maybe they'd connected with that they hadn't found them, is what kind of data they can work together with and share, because the coordinated, the outreach workers do work quite closely together, but having a system to map that is really important. And it's also why it's really important to have, just to have that ongoing communication, why one touch is not always the magic that gets people connected. It's that continuous contact. So having a system for mapping that is one of our recommended strategies.
Okay, I think I have a few follow-up questions, but in respect to time and fellow councilors, because I do see a queue building, would love to follow up with that. And Mr. President, if I can move on to my next question. Thank you. This next question is regarding what APD is doing to address speeders, particularly those that are racing. I know we had an incident off of Tower where an individual actually passed away because of racers. And actually this past weekend, just going through the district, there was a pop-up car show, even though I had nothing against the car show, as long as they were practicing COVID safe practices and wearing masks. But it was the concern that, well, what would happen after, that after the car show, these individuals would be racing along course. And that has a lot of concern. So my question is, what are we doing to address the racers?
DC Smathers, you jumped in, and so I think that means you're volunteering. Can we send that to you?
That is correct. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mike Smathers, one of the deputy chiefs here. In particular, I'm over all of our traffic enforcement efforts throughout APD. And Councilor Sena, we do readily recognize that we do have an issue of late with some of the speeding and the drag racing. Two area commands, the Northeast and the Southwest, have very specific TAC plans in place to try to address it. It's an ongoing issue, and it's very, very challenging for us to be able to safely interdict these folks, but we are actively working on that. And we've been stressing enforcement throughout all of APD related to that. Currently, we're at about 57, I believe is the number for traffic fatalities, which is just on pace for last year. But we're not really happy with that number, and we realize these speeding events quite often lead to fatal crashes. So it's a large emphasis within APD proper, especially in those two area commands. And we've also had some violent crime incidents take place during some of the drag racing events as well. So there's a nexus to some of our shootings also. So I'm aware of it. We are aware of it. Chief Medina's aware of it, and we're working on it. But we certainly know that we've not achieved success yet, but please know it's a high priority for us.
Percent.
Thank you for that. You know, I've addressed this with our area commanders as well, and I know they're doing the best they can and pretty much deploying their own transit officers, working with the state. But you know, it's a big challenge when just having these, you know, it's a lot of our youth is just being out there, not having this time. And I know previously when the Speedway was open, I'm not sure if it is, but they just have that avenue to race where it was safe, where it was actually established to have a raceway, that it's an actual genuine raceway. I don't know if that's open or not, but you know, just having this other way and mechanism of addressing this, because I know that even our area commanders are trying to address it specifically, but would love to hear more plans if there's available how to address these racers.
Well, it's very challenging because sometimes they communicate very rapidly on social media and set up an event. It makes it very difficult for us to keep up with them in advance. And then oftentimes we're aware of it after the fact and they've left. So it is challenging in that way. They obviously try to stay ahead of us with social media and the planning for us to be able to interdict them. And COVID, I'll be honest with you, we've seen an uptick in more aggressive driving as during some of the COVID activities and some of the COVID closures. As well. We've just noticed a higher rate of speeding throughout, and we're trying to redouble our efforts. We obviously tasked our folks to, when they make contact, we have to do so in a safe manner with people, but increased traffic enforcement to address that really dangerous, egregious behaviors is a high priority for us. But I hear what you're saying, and we'll certainly convey that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilors. Councilor Benton, I know you had one schedule one question you pre-submitted, but I think we addressed it. But I also still have.
Yeah, I did have some questions, but I need to deal with my battery here. Let somebody else go first.
We'll go to Councilor Pena, then myself, and then we'll come back to you, Councilor Benton, and that'll be the end of our Q&A. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few quick questions. I appreciate Councilor Sena bringing up this speeding. I was actually going to ask a question related to that, but I actually want to sit down and, you know, have a conversation. I know this occurred in my district, but, you know, I've heard Councilor Jones and other councilors really concerned about, and yourself, Councilor Sena, I'm really concerned about speeding throughout the city. So it's not just a problem in one district. It's something that's happening citywide, and it's very concerning. The other day we were on the freeway and there were people just drag racing past us, you know, and I had my grandsons with me, so it's pretty scary. So I intend to set up that meeting. If any other the councilors are interested in participating, obviously not meeting a quorum, I'm happy to have you at that meeting. And then my question, I have a quick question for Director Pierce, and then somebody can answer a Sunvan related question. Sunvan tickets, you still have to go to like Albertsons or to the spaces on the pad sites to be able to buy the Sunvan tickets, and then or else you'd have to go downtown or to where you guys are at to purchase them. And I know I had mentioned talking about being able to do it online. I really, really would appreciate if somebody, you know, has an update or, you know, I've asked this before, has an update or can kind of figure out a way to do that. You know, I care for somebody in a wheelchair, and it's really difficult for them to, you know, get out and buy those tickets. So online, via mail, something would be spectacular. And then they close the Albertsons by us. So it makes it a lot further for them to be able to get their Sunvan tickets. And then just the last one, Director Pierce, you know, someone who's having, you know, some substance abuse issues, and as you know, from running the facility, it's really difficult. But when somebody's in crisis and they say, hey, I want to get help, do you have a number or contact to put them with? Because, you know, when you call different facilities, either you have to come back later and you miss that window and forget it. So is there a number? Is there somewhere someone can take someone who's ready to kind of like get help, and it's, you know, 2 o'clock in the morning or, you know, 8 a.m. or on the weekend?
President Davis and Councilor Pena, Well, if there is a person that is on the streets and is in crisis, I mean, the psychiatric emergency room over at the university that is really serving as their behavioral crisis triage center, which is such a needed resource in our community, is one of the places that is operational 24/7 and can go there. Now, they have limited beds if somebody was in needing to be hospitalized, but that's an available resource. And I don't think this is exactly what you were asking, but if somebody we saw somebody in crisis on the streets and a resident saw someone, it's at 768 HELP, which is another way to go.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, but I just I think, Mr. President, sorry. I just wanted to say though that the UNMH center, they don't, if somebody's having a behavioral health crisis, but they kind of weed you out, if you will, if they suspected it's mainly substance abuse. So there really isn't. So if we can, work on that, it would be amazing, because I think they're one and the same, and we don't really necessarily view it as that oftentimes.
Council President Davis and Councilor Pena, I really do appreciate the question. It speaks to a gap in our community when it's related to substance abuse, especially methamphetamine, that a lot of those folks are weeded out of the system. And so I will definitely take that comment back to the Homeless Coordinating Council and the services group that's looking at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because that's a biggie. That's one of the biggest gaps we have. So thank you. And then the Sunvan tickets, if somebody can please put Sunvan tickets online, you would be amazing.
I think you can. Oh, my unmuted. Council President Davis, Councilor Pena, Stephanie Dominguez, Deputy Director for the Transit Department. We are still working to be able to provide them online, and also working with our community to see if there are other businesses that are interested in selling our SendVan passes. And just as a reminder, you can also buy them at the ART platforms, at any of the ART kiosks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, like I said, the Albertsons closed. So if you see me on Coors on Central on the ART kiosk, that's me buying Sunvan tickets. So kind of my point. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Pena. Thanks for bringing that up. I know you remember at the end of the last administration, you and I had a hearing with some of the writers about moving all that process online, and we started it, and I think it was put aside to finish the ART project, but there was always that promise, and I think we added some money from the council to the transit department to do that computer upgrade. So it'd be great to revisit it. Thanks for reminding us. I agree. Councilor Ben, you're back with us, and so you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I guess I am taking advantage of a relatively late agenda, which I'm always cautious to say anything of the sort. But I do want to, first of all, follow up with DC Smathers about what I call exhibition driving. It may be racing, it may be just showing off, it may be clogging up downtown when there's another riot going on. But it is illegal and it is noisy. It's not only unsafe due to speed, but it's a huge quality of life issue for people along the Central Avenue corridor. And I am sympathetic, and I do recognize the challenge, because folks are organizing where their action is going to happen, and they're using social media to do so. And I think we're going to have to go outside the box somehow. I don't know what it is. I mean, maybe it's being an undercover with these people. Maybe it's using technology such as, fairly affordable, high technology photography, and maybe in the hands of PSAs and not necessarily sworn officers that are just going out. I've had this discussion with Chief Medina. I previously had it with former Chief Geyer and previous chiefs, honestly, because I live along the Central Corridor. So full disclosure, I'm a victim of this because I can't sleep at night, and I'm hoping not to hear the big crash in the middle of the night, but it's really out of hand. I maintain that it's a pathway, or maybe not even a pathway, just a reflection of other criminality on behalf of the people who are involved. And we've got to get a grip on it. So I appreciate Councilor Pena suggesting. I'd be happy to meet with her and Councilor Sena and myself and you. Let's try to put our heads together. Chief Medina was totally receptive when we were talking about this. He's the first chief that really took my suggestion seriously, that we need to use high-speed nighttime cameras to start to identify the perpetrators. We may not be able to pull them over. We start to identify them and have evidence against them and their abuse of the streets and the neighborhoods who live along nearby those streets, and of course, anyone who's near them when they're conducting this type of activity.
Well, Councilor Benton, I appreciate your comments, and I will be communicating and sharing them with our new interim Field Services Bureau Chief, Donnie Olvera. And obviously, he really just got started today back with us, but I'll be certainly sharing your concerns with him. And I know he comes with a lot of experience related to APD, and he'll be hitting the ground running, certainly. So we're very happy to have him with us, but I will most assuredly pass along your concerns. And then between us and obviously meeting and consulting with you, I believe at least we can make some decent inroads and try to have an impact, and then obviously see what maybe best steps forward would be.
Councilor
Thank you, Mr. President. DC Smathers. Yeah, let's put our heads together, and to the extent that you need any assistance with this kind of, paying for some of this kind of technology. I've been around a long time. Many people think way too long, but we've had a lot of discussions about how can the city contribute to private camera systems, but also something like this. It really boils down to, Councilor Pena and I love low riders, and we love the culture that's represented by that, right? But I don't think there's any culture in monster trucks and people that are showing off, and they took the mufflers off their vehicles and they've got giant engines. They're trucks that can drive like in the old days would have been a hot rod. And it's a huge threat. So I really appreciate your attention to that. I love to hear that Donnie Olvera is going to be back and working for us, because he was a good partner when he was a Valley Commander, and I know he's imaginative and really puts his nose to the ground. So good on that.
We're excited to have it.
Thanks, Chief, and congratulations too on your promotion to acting first chief, first deputy, and to the new deputy chief as well. I see Councilor Pena and Councilor Sena jumped in on this question. So, councilors, if you have topics on this one, we'll come to this while we have the deputy chief. Then we'll go to other councilors who haven't spoken, and then come back one more time on new topics. But Councilor Pena, you're up first.
And just briefly, I just wanted to say, yes, Councilor Benton, we'll work to organize something as soon as possible. It's just gotten to the point of ridiculousness. And I just want to say that, we have to look at some kind of different option, and that may be something. I think it is a culture. Unfortunately, it's just a few people that ruin it for everyone. That's usually what happens in some of these instances. Some of these guys are just out there having fun, just like the lowriders. But some of them, are just not, obeying the law. And so I just wanted to kind of also add that the gunshot detection has seemed to help. So, maybe something creative like that in terms of the cameras you're talking about. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilor Sena.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I just wanted to note that I'm happy to hear that sounds like he's the Deputy Chief of Field Services, Olvera. He was very talented, and before he had left, he was at the Northwest Area Command. So very glad to hear that he's back.
Thanks. And thanks, Chief, for joining us and send those remarks along. Very briefly, I want to change topics just a second. Director Sanchez, if I could get you up on at bat here, really briefly, to avoid us having to break out a piece from consent agenda if it's not necessary. On consent tonight, we have the recommendation of award to the Biopark Society to run the ticketing and customer service program for the Biopark. I know we've had some discussion about it. It's been a long process for you all. But late last week, we heard some concerns from our city workers and the labor union that represents some of those workers in customer service. And they were concerned that this would replace those positions for union city workers or privatize some of those functions. And so can you talk a little bit about the plan for those positions, those workers, if this new contract is put into place or approved by the council?
Council President Davis, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to just clarify some things. And I know whenever we're changing things and moving responsibilities around, it creates a lot of tension and concern, but I just want to make it very clear, we're not getting rid of any city jobs. As anybody that knows that works with me, I fight really hard to keep every single position I can in my department. So I look forward to having all of those employees continue to work for us. I just want to clarify that the guest services manager on the city side, there will continue to be a guest services manager. We have a lot of work to do to take care of our guests, and we're bringing on this contractor to help us do a better job of it. But that doesn't mean that we won't have continued responsibility and continued duties. There are 4 union positions that very specifically serve in visitor services. So I know those positions are probably most at concern, but they will continue to do visitor services work because we will need city employees to interface daily with our guest services contractor, verifying the amount of money that comes in, tracking the money that comes in through our contractor, and also continuing communications. I know that there's also 5 other union jobs under the guest services manager. Those will continue. Those are our education and marketing and communications positions. Those are staying exactly where they are doing what they're doing. I think what's really important about making this change is that we have anywhere from 9 to 16 temporary cashiers that we hire through Ribbon Rock, through a temp agency. Those are not the best jobs. They're not permanent city jobs. And our contractor will actually be able to offer better positions because they will not be temp positions. They'll be full-time, long-term positions through our contractor. So people that apply to be our cashiers will be in a much better situation. And I stand for any additional questions.
Director, I see we've raised a couple of extra questions, but let me just clarify to the point to be sure I understood. So for the existing union positions in customer service, those will all remain. Is that correct?
They will remain where they are. They will have the same job description. They will still report up to a city guest services manager. And they will really be our interface, with all of the guest services with our contractors. So nothing is going to change their job duties, job description. They're still going to be there on our team.
That's great. And again, to clarify the next part, and then I'll move on to other counselors. This contract essentially replaces those positions that are currently in Ribbon Rock, the ticket handlers and the cash handlers right there at the gate. Is that right? But they're not replacing any of those city employees.
That is absolutely right. Our cashiers, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we had Councilor Borrego, Councilor Gibson, and Councilor Ben.
I had a question for Director Sanchez because I did raise this issue at our last meeting because I had talked to some folks from AFSCME, and I just wondered if you have had an opportunity to meet with AFSCME because they did raise this issue to my office.
Council President Davis, Councilor Borrego, I have not spoken directly with AFSCME. They have not raised this issue with our department or anybody in our department, or so I mean, this is.
Well, I raised this issue at our last meeting, and Josh Anderson is who I spoke with. So I'm just wondering if, and I know it's on the agenda tonight, but I'm just wondering if it would be best for us to defer for a couple of weeks and give you the opportunity to meet with him. So I'm just going to pose that to other counselors.
Director Sanchez, I think the question was posed to you, but a possible deferment or the administration's response.
Council President Davis, Councilor Borrego. As I said, we're not changing any union positions. We're not changing their hours. We're not changing their supervisors. We're not changing their responsibilities. So, I mean, I'm always happy to meet with union representatives if they have concerns, but I assume that people are just uneasy because we're looking at making this change. I also want to remind you that this is the recommendation for award. The actual contract will also come back to you in 2 or 3 months. So if there are additional questions and if we need to have further conversations with the union to reassure them that we're not changing any positions, we have a long time in front of us to make that happen. Thank you.
Councilor Borrego, anything else?
No, I would just really encourage Director Sanchez to reach out to them and talk to them.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would agree with Councilor Borrego. I think that there's good standing here for a deferral on this. I understand that the city, Director Sanchez and other folks from the city have not yet had an opportunity to speak with AFSCME. I understand, and I absolutely believe you that things are not going to change for those employees, except that it seems like there could be some, they will no longer be represented by a union, I don't believe. And there could be some questions about benefits. Anyway, I understand this went out like in January, and I'm sorry that we're just now talking about this now. The linkage between this contract, which I support, absolutely I support. Went over to the zoo, sounds like a great idea, want to support that. But I think that there needs to be a discussion between the city and AFSCME regarding these folks. So I'll be supporting a deferral as well.
Director Sanchez, if you want to respond or clarify anything there, or would you like to move on?
Councilor Davis, Councilor Gibson. Again, I can only reiterate that we're not changing any of the positions. We're not moving any of the positions. All of the positions that are guest services or visitor services positions, of which there are 4. We have 2 M13s, 1 B29 and 1 C22 that all work directly in visitor services. Those positions will continue. They'll continue to work with visitor services and with visitors. And so those positions are not going to change at all. Those are the only positions right now that are city positions, that are union positions that really work directly with frontline visitors. The other 5 positions that are union positions in guest services, those are our educators, our marketing specialists, and our event supervisors. Again, they have all the same work, as do all of them. So we're not changing anything. The positions that will change are the Ribbon Rock temporary employees. Again, these are temps. These are not city employees. And these are employees that only work for the city for up to 2 years. And then they have to rotate out per our city rules on temporary employees. So they'll have much better positions available in our community through our contractor once we move towards this. And we still have a lot of work to do on the contract. So I think if we have continued conversations, I'm happy to have those conversations as we move forward and we hammer out the details of the contract with our contractor that's on the table for tonight. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And Councilor Benton, I think you have a one on this point, and then I'll try to close this conversation and we'll move on to our items tonight.
Yeah, just quickly, Director Sanchez, appreciated the discussion that we had about this. I had the impression that although there was certainly no cuts to city classified positions, that there were some new positions or new jobs being created with regard to this contract. And I know you clarified that, of course, the contract has to come back to the council regardless. But so I'm clear on the fact that the outsourced contract for basically ticket booth type work will now be as part of the biopark contract, and that requires some supervision. But I had the sense that there were other positions that rightly could be public services type outreach positions, but that they wouldn't necessarily just be overseeing the biopark work. Could you clarify that a little bit?
Council President Davis, Councilor Benton, yes, we did talk about new union positions that we're hoping to create in this fiscal year, actually, although it's not tied to this contract. It is all part of our planning together. So we see all these things as being connected. So in the current budget proposal that is in front of council, we do propose shifting half of our temporary services money into 8 to 9 full-time positions. At least 8 of those would be union jobs at the biopark, focusing on animal care, aquatics, horticulture, all of those spaces where we want to put additional investments of city time and create additional union jobs for the biopark and the city. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. And yeah, I got those two issues conflated, but yeah, we definitely are in support, of course, of classified union positions to the greatest extent possible. But then, of course, in a situation where we've got we're already outsourcing something to a temp agency, and we could put it on some people whose hearts are in the endeavor. We want to do that. But if it's of the interest, certainly of the AFSCME union, I will be supporting a deferral.
Thank you, Council. And councilors, to bring this, I see Councilor Sinha wants to weigh in, and I certainly want to do that. But as a matter of form here, it sounds like we have a bit of discussion. So I've asked Ms. Hinojos to pull item B from our consent agenda so that we can consider that a little further if we want to talk on that particular item in a few minutes. But Councilor Sinha, while we're in the conversation, we might as well do it. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. Mine's just a quick question as I'm going through the proposal that was submitted, and just a brief question. Are the zookeepers that we've mentioned during our tour that we're trying to become permanent, would they be considered union?
Director. Director Sanchez, could you open your mic if you have an answer there?
Council President Davis, Councilor Sinha, could you just clarify for me which new positions, since we kind of talked about new batches of, talked about the new positions that would be under our contractor and the new positions that we have currently proposed in the budget. Could you just clarify for me which batch you're talking about?
Well, I mean, mine was specific to the position in regards to our zookeepers, because I know that some of our zookeepers were temp, and we're hoping to keep those, bring those on more permanent. So if we do bring them on permanent, are those union, or I just couldn't see that in the proposal, if those were one of the positions that was bringing forward.
Council President Davis, Councilor Sinha, I believe what's in front of you for tonight doesn't address at all the other positions that are in the budget. This really just talks about guest services. Again, those positions that would be created through our contractor, that would not be temp positions, they would be full-time positions with our contractor. They would not be union positions because it's a private nonprofit, but they would be stable, long-term, good-paying positions with the opportunity for benefits.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And Councilor Borrego. Counselor, we can't hear you.
Thank you. Council President, I was just wondering if this would be an appropriate time to make a motion to remove this from, or how would I do this? I would like to defer it, but I don't know how to do this.
Yes, ma'am. As I mentioned a minute ago, I've already asked Ms. Hinojos to remove that from the consent agenda. And so when we get to those action items, we'll consider the consent agenda without it and take this up separately after
At
that.
that time, I'd like to make a motion to defer. Thank you.
Counselors, any other discussion for administration Q&A? Seeing none, Madam Vice President. I'm sorry, we're going to make I moved over a little fast. Madam Vice President, I believe you have a motion for the journal. Madam Vice President, we need to take your mic off there.
So sorry. I move approval of the September 21st journal.
Second.
Thank you. And I recognize Counselor Benton as the second. Counselor, seeing any other discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Hinojos, would you please call the roll on the vote?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. Thank you, ma'am. Counselors, next up, we have communications and introductions. We have a number of changes to the letter of introduction, and so I'll get us started. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 170 on tonight's agenda for final action. EC 170 is the mayor's recommendation of award to Guidehouse Incorporated for COVID-19 cost recovery services. Do I see a second?
Second.
Thank you, Counselor Bassan and Counselor Gibson as well. Counselors, seeing no other discussion, Ms. Hinojos, would you please call the vote on the roll on the vote?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena, Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. I also move to amend the letter of introduction to place R104 on the October 19th council agenda instead of referring it to the LUPS committee. R104 adopts the 2020 update of the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program Manual. Do we have a second? Thank you, Counselor Bassan and others. Seeing no other discussion, Ms. Hinojos.
Counselor, I had a question about this.
Sorry, Counselor Borrego. I thought it was a second. Go ahead.
I was just wondering why, because this is a land use matter, so I just wondered why we're moving it over to finance.
I'm sorry, Counselor, to clarify, we're not moving it to finance. We're just moving it to the October 19th council agenda for full consideration. I think it was during the staff meeting, staff expressed that counselors wanted to have the full council wanted to have a discussion on this item. And so we took that advice and proposed to move it to the full council.
Instead of referring it to the LUPS. So I'm just, why would we not be referring it to LUPS?
Counselor Borrego, at the staff meeting, your staff and others expressed that other counselors wanted to participate in the conversation who were not in the committee. And so it was recommended that we send it to the full council so everyone could participate and offer any amendments or conversation there. So it was an item that was done at the request of council staff to expand the cooperation. Any other question or discussion on that? Seeing none, Ms. Hinojos, would you call the vote, please?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena, Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you all. Counselor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing R107 and referring it to the Finance and Government Operations Committee. R107 is making findings in connection with the resolution of the Wenrock Town Center Tax Increment Development District 1, authorizing the issuance and sale of subordinate lien tax increment bonds, ratifying and approving the issuance and sale of the Wenrock Town Center Increment Development District 1 subordinate lien gross receipts increment bonds, Series 2020.
Thank you, Counselor Jones, for the second. Counselors, any other discussion? Seeing none. Would you call the vote?
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Counselor Gibson, you also have another?
Yes, Mr. President. I'll move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing OC 12 and placing it on the October 19th council agenda for action. OC 12 is the appointment of member to the Open Space Advisory Board.
Counselor Bassan, I'll take that as a second. Thank you. Counselors, any other discussion? Missy Nojos.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. Any other deferrals, withdrawals, changes to the letter? I'm sorry, any other changes to the letter of introduction? Seeing none. Counselor Gibson, you have a motion?
I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Counselor Bassan has offered a second. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you all. Next up, we have reports of committees, and this week there are none. Deferrals and withdrawals are next. Counselor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is, I think I need to do a deferral and a motion to extend the rules, and maybe Crystal can help me with that. First, EC 436, Tony Sanchez Drive, Whiteaway Vacation. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of preventing EC 436 from expiring, extending its expiration date. Oh, it's all one motion, and deferring the matter to December 7th.
Counselor Jones has offered a second. Counselors, any discussion? Seeing none. Missy Knowles.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. We also have some deferrals for final action on our agenda tonight. Counselor Gibson, I believe you have one.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee substitute O28, repealing the City of Albuquerque Code of Ordinances, sections 13-6-1 through 13-6-99, the pawnbroker ordinance, and replacing it with a new ordinance amending existing regulations applicable to pawnbrokers and extending regulations to precious material dealers and second-hand retailers. I'll move a deferral until October 19th.
I see a number of seconds. I call it Councilor Borrego's first. Councilors, any other discussion? If not, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris, Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilors, next up, relating to R22, a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 412 Georgia Southeast. We've seen some movement from the owner, and so I would move a deferral until January 4th. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Seeing no discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, councilors. Next up, Counselor Harris, I think we'll let you have this one.
Sure, I'll go ahead and do this. This is M1 urging the United States Congress to amend the National Trail System Act and designate the Route 66 the National Historic Trail. Hopefully we can get our neighborhood people down here soon enough. So I'll move a deferral until November 2nd.
Thank you, sir. Councilors, any other discussion? I'll second that as a co-sponsor, and several others, and all the other co-sponsors have as well. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes. Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, councilors. Any other deferrals or withdrawals? I don't see any, and so we'll move on to our consent agenda. As always noted earlier, I've asked the clerk to pull item B, which is EC 2144, the mayor's recommendation of award the Biopark Society for Biopark admissions. We'll set that aside and do that as a separate discussion after the consent agenda. Are there any other changes to the consent agenda? Councilor Pena. Councilor, we have
Sorry. Yes, Mr. President. I was just noticing that I was one of the co-sponsors and now my name is off. So I don't know if that's a typo or what, but it was Harris, Benton, myself, and I think you, Davis.
Mr. President, I don't know if I've ever been on there, so I was wondering how that happened too. So just maybe they got swapped by accident.
Thank you, councilors. Mr. Moya noted that it's correct on the agenda and the actual filing. It's a typo on your staff notes, so we'll correct that for the next version. Thanks for noticing that. And that was for an item that we just deferred on item J. So councilors, any other discussion, any other discussion on items or changes to the consent agenda? Seeing none, we have a few folks tonight who are being appointed to city boards and commissions. We do appreciate your service, and hopefully one day we'll get you down here in person where we can say thank you and meet you. Until then, thank you for your willingness to serve. Madam Vice President, do I see you have a motion? Councilor Gibson, you're muted, but I think I heard you say that you make a move to approve the consent agenda.
I did. That's exactly what I said. Thank you.
I could read your lips. Thank you, ma'am. And I see several seconds, including Counselor Bassan. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. With that, we're on item B of the consent agenda, EC 2144, the mayor's recommendation of an award to the Biopark Society. Counselor Borrego, I believe you wanted to make a motion to get us started in this discussion if there's any further. So Counselor Borrego.
I think that we could probably defer this for 2 weeks to our next meeting. So I make a motion that we defer and ask the administration to meet with the ASME union regarding this to see if we can work out any issues that they might have.
Thank you, Counselor. The motion on the floor is for a 2-week deferral till our next meeting. Counselor Pena, that's your second, I presume. Okay, thank you so much. We'll clear the board. Counselors, the motion on the floor is for that deferral. Counselor Bassan, I see you in for the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Director Sanchez can tell us what the delay how the delay could negatively affect if we were to do this, or if it would not. I mean, I know that we've been doing it, you've been working really hard on this since January, but is 2 more weeks going to be incredibly detrimental, or can you elaborate on what those options may be?
Counselor Davis, Counselor Bassan, I appreciate the question and the concern for the work. I always like to go fast, but to be honest, we're happy to for the 2-week deferral and to have time to meet with the union and allay any concerns they might have. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that question. Counselors, hearing that, is there any other discussion? And seeing none, we'll call the question. Madam Clerk, Ms. Hinojos, would you please call the vote on EC 2144 and the motion to defer?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors. And counselors, we are back up to announcements. Heads up, in deck is Counselor Benton, Counselor Gibson, Counselor Sena, Counselor Jones, and anybody else who has anything to add. So we'll begin with that counselor from downtown and that middle of the city.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of the Whole will meet on Thursday, October 8th, and then again on Thursday, October 15th at 5 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you. Counselor Gibson from the Near Heights.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, October 12th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you. Counselor Sena from the West Side.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Safety Committee meeting scheduled for Tuesday, October 13th is canceled.
Thank you. And from that counselor in the far northeast.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting scheduled for Wednesday, October 14th is canceled.
Thank you, counselors. Any other announcements? Seeing none, we have no public hearings tonight. Counselors, and for folks following along, here's what I think we'll try to do tonight. Always subject to change depending on if any of these conversations get longer than we anticipate from staff meeting. But we have a relatively short agenda this evening, and it is only 5:30. I realize we've been at this a little over 2 hours. So we're just going to take this from the top and see if we can go through without a break this evening. I think we can do that with our agenda. If you need a break, please feel free to take one on your end. Just let us know if you step away so that we don't call a vote while you're out on a personal break. But if you need a longer break, happy to let us know that. Let myself or Ms. Yara know, and we'll work that into the agenda. But for everybody following at home, we'll try to get us out of here at a reasonable hour tonight. we'll see if I didn't screw that up by saying it right. Approvals. I'll begin with EC 170. I move approval for EC 170, which is the mayor's recommendation of award to Guidehouse for the COVID-19 cost recovery services. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilor Benton and others. Any discussion from the administration? I know we talked about this during our budget hearings, and we understand what this is for. I see Renee, I think you're in there. No questions, no discussion. Thank you. Councilors, any other discussion? Councilor Bassan, do you have a question? Oh, you're good.
Yes, no, I do. Thank you, Mr. President. I just noted in the staff write-up that the question that was put in there was, what is the anticipated contract term? Do we have any idea what that may be?
Renee, is that you?
Yes, Council President Davis and Councilor Bassan. So because there are audit activities that have to happen for expenses and costs going up to December, at least for the CARES relief fund. And then FEMA, we actually don't know how long we'll be able to recover money from FEMA. So the contract term is going out until at least March of next year, just in case we do need that. The funding is going to be split. The activities up until December can be covered by the CARES Relief Fund, and we've put that into our spending plan. And then the general fund will have to pick up the remainder of the costs into next calendar year. So that is the plan as of this time.
Thank you.
Councilors, any other discussion on EC 170? I see no other discussion, so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to approve.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sena,
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, councilors. Next up, Councilor Benton, 018.
Thank you, Mr. President. 018 is imposing a municipal gasoline tax of 2 cents per gallon, conditional upon voter approval, and dedicating the revenue generated by the gasoline tax to rehabilitate public streets and roadways for the benefit of the city. I move it do pass.
Thank you. And I see I was going to do it, but Councilor Bassan has offered a second there. And so Councilor Benton, we're back on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to, we've had this bill out here for a while and I had it up previously. We're not going to be, this would be for a municipal election, or actually the general election next year would be the time at which voters might decide this. But I wanted to keep it out there in front of the council and hopefully vote on it in about a month and see where we are. And I invite members of the council and the public in general, anybody who wants to discuss this with me. I'm really interested in your ideas about it. To summarize for those who aren't familiar with it, the city has authority to pass up to 2 cents. That would be either 1 or 1.5 or 2 cent gasoline tax on our own under state law. It requires public vote. It would require, of course, the action of the council to put it before a public vote. And we've just had a big conversation about our 1/4 cent tax. We're having a conversation as we speak now about the budget for our DMD department and things like neighborhood traffic management. But we know that our roadway system, that we're behind the 8 ball on it. We're specifically behind the 8 ball with regard to compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. But just general maintenance across the board. And I've had conversations with DMD about this. This doesn't generate a lot of money. It generates around somewhere between $1.5 and $2 million a year. But if we were to bond against that money, as we just found out through the 1/4 cent tax, gross receipts tax, that we could do some more work. And I really think, the way I've got this written now is in very general terms of just general maintenance and just trying to keep the roadways up to speed, but be happy to consider other language such as talking about the Vision Zero efforts and the Complete Streets efforts, and specifically the Americans with Disabilities Act, which ties into both of those previously mentioned programs. So ADA is tied into Complete Streets, is tied into Vision Zero, which is our established city goal of minimizing, if not eliminating, fatalities and serious injuries on our public roadways and rights of way. So, I think it's a good time to talk about it. It's always tough to talk about. 2 cents is 2 cents per gallon, and that's, whatever it is, 10 cents or 20 cents per fill up. But we need to keep all our revenue options open right now. And we may not know how we feel or the public feels until next year, but next year is when this would be on ballot if we choose to vote for it. So I just wanted to have that discussion, see if there's any feedback from the council on this right now. But again, my ears are open, my door's open to discuss. My virtual door is open to discuss this at your convenience. And I think it's something we should really give a shot and let our voters decide. But if there's no further discussion, Mr. President, on this, I welcome the discussion right now. But if there's no further discussion, my proposal would be to defer this until November 2nd. And I'll make that motion for the time being.
Thank you, Counselor. I'll second it and make the comment I was going to make, and we'll just go back to that now. For what it's worth, I do think this is something we looked at a few years ago and you brought up, and ultimately decided that we would look at some other options. But I think it's good, and I think it makes sense. Let voters decide. I think it's important to recognize that it's not just roadways, but it's public transportation, it's bikeways, it's sidewalks, it's all those things that you just mentioned, and a good way to help us catch up on a lot of that, those deferred obligations like ADA, to make our city more accessible. So thanks for bringing it. I think it would help get voters out and get voters engaged, and I hope they'd support it. So I would support that as well. But I'll second the motion for deferral at the sponsor's request. But Councilor Bassan wants to weigh in as well. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Benton, thank you for the deferral. I think, well, hopefully the deferral. But I think that this would be a great, I appreciate the invitation to have the public weigh in so that we can know, because I recognize we need money to keep things going, but at the same time, we don't want to just proceed without their input. So I think this is the right move, and we can hopefully hear back from people in the next month or so and move on from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Seeing no other discussion, we'll go back to Councilor Benton to close on the motion for a deferral until November 2nd. Thanks.
Thank you. Urge your support.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll and vote?
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego, Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sena, Councilor Davis.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
We'll see you again next month. Councilor Gibson, 030.
Thank you, Mr. President. 030 is adopting a new article in Chapter 13 ROA 1994, Business and Occupations, to be known as the Short-Term Rental Ordinance, establishing a permitting fee and amending Section 4-4-13 ROA 1994, Lodgers Tax Advisory Board, to include a short-term rental representative. I'm going to move a do pass. And we do have some amendments. I have an amendment, and I believe there are, 2 others.
Yes, ma'am. I believe I see Counselor Jones is offering the second on the original ordinance, so we'll take that and clear the board. Thank you, Counselor Jones. Counselor Gibson, back to the bill as you'd like to present it. Whether you want to go to amendments or you want to go to Ms. Morris or otherwise.
Why don't we go to Ms. Morris? There was a speaker, Mr. Horan, spoke during public comment, and I don't think I really need to speak for him. I think he did a pretty good job of speaking for himself, but I was hoping, oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had my video on. Apologies for that. I was hoping that maybe Ms. Morris could talk about how the ordinance handles complaints, how we hope to be able to be fair, but try to keep things, keep these businesses at some very minimum standards. So Ms. Morris, could you perhaps talk about some of the things that we have in place?
Councillor Gibson, sorry, Mr. President, councillors, yes. So the permit offers two mechanisms. The first one is the permit itself. As part of the permitting process, we'll have information on each unit, and they'll be permitted. And so we'll know where they are and who the contacts are. Through the permit, we'll be anticipating working with a third-party compliance company, and they offer a 24/7, or all of the different compliance companies, I should say, offer a 24/7 hotline for people to call. And so number one, that will be good access for the neighbors. They can call and make a complaint if there's a party, for example, at a unit, rather than relying on code enforcement, who generally are an 8 to 5, and APD, where it's really more about criminal matters. So that will be good for neighbors to be able to reach out, but it will also be good from a data collection standpoint. Right now, we hear a lot about short-term rentals where there are parties, but a lot of times it's like, well, how do you substantiate the complaint? And so the 24/7 hotline will be a mechanism to kind of help address some of those substantiating complaints aspect. The other thing is that the bill has an enforcement section within it. And there's a kind of 3 strikes and you're out section that talks about where there's 3 violations that could result in the permit being pulled. This wouldn't be for something like, weeds or something like that can be remedied pretty quickly. But if there's a substantial problem that code enforcement is working with a property owner and it's not getting resolved, or for example, there are regular parties, that is something that 3 strikes and you're out section would be able to come into effect. It is something that we will be looking at, kind of as Mr. Haran mentioned, over the years. So assuming the bill passes, assuming the bill passes, we would be revisiting that potentially in a year or two if it turns out that what we have in the bill isn't effective enough, or if there's inconsistency or concerns within that. That's something we could always revisit in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Ms. Morris. So we can go to amendments unless there are questions or comments that.
I had a brief question. I was hoping you or Ms. Morris could clarify for me before we move to amendments while we're explaining the bill. Would you just explain to me, if I missed it, I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, the implementation period for this bill. So I understand that there's a leadway for this. In other words, this doesn't go into effect next week. There's a delay built in to give people time to comply. Also, I think for smart consideration for building the system, and for the fact that right now in this economy, there's not a lot of rental happening. And so there would be a deferral on the rules and the fees. Could someone speak just really quickly about the implementation period for?
Mr. Chair, yes, there's a 6-month effective period on this bill. It's built in with that 6-month period for 2 main reasons. The first one is that 6-month effective period gives planning and treasury time to issue an RFP to get a compliance company on board and to set up all the stuff we would need for people to apply for a permit. But that 6-month period also, I know, allows the city to reach out to short-term rental operators and educate them that there's a permit system coming up and here's what you'll need to do in order to apply and all the kind of things they'll need to get organized on. So there is a window, a cushion of time built into the bill to allow everyone to get their ducks in a row, as it were.
Thank you. And I just want to commend the sponsor and the staff for working through that. I think that's an excellent way to do it, not only for the time, but also sort of recognizes that it's good for us to put this system in place now so that as the economy comes back and tourism comes back, that it's easy for us to have this in place for them at that point. So Councilor Borrego, you have a question?
So I was just wondering, is there a process in place to get the information out? Are we going to work? How are we going to do that? Are we going to work with the chambers, or how's that information going to be relayed to the public?
Madam, Mr. Chair, councillors, so because of the work of the short-term rental task force, we actually have a lot of contacts within the industry. You heard earlier from Ms. I'm going to ruin her name, Holgren, I believe it was, from VRBO. They actually have, oh, joke up. They actually have a couple websites at that have short-term rentals in the city. And then we also have contacts with Airbnb. They actually cover, I think it's close to 95% of all of the units in the city go through one or the other of those 2 websites. And then during the task force, we worked closely with Tanya Almenta from Visit ABQ, who has a lot of networks within the short-term rental industry. So we'll be working with all of our contacts that we've developed over the last 2 years on this topic to get all the education out there.
Great. Councilor Borrego, any follow-up? Councilor Gibson, we do have, as you mentioned, we have a number of amendments. I don't know if you have a preference, but if you don't have one, I was going to call Councilor Borrego first, but at your.
Yes, thank you, Councilor. I can jump right in. I have my amendment up on the screen here. So I guess it would be floor amendment number 1, and it's on page 5, line 24 through 30. Amend the language as follows. There is created the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board, which shall consist of 7 members, all of whom shall be residents of the city, 2 of whom shall represent the lodging industry, 2 of whom directly involved in the tourism-related industries, 1 who shall represent the short-term industry, and 2 members at large who shall represent the public. Of the 7 members, at least 1 representative shall represent the short-term rental industry. And it goes on to read the language in Councilor Gibson's bill. And just so you all know, I worked with the Visitors Bureau, Tanya Armenta, actually this morning to define this particular amendment. So I move amendment number 1.
Do we have a second? Councilor Bassan. And councilors, any discussion? Councilor Borrego, I assume that you're close. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on the amendment number 1?
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Sena.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next up, Councilors, we have two other bills. One is amending Section A and one's amending Section B. I'm going to take them in order because the amendment for B follows A. So Councilor Pena, you're up. We'll call it floor amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 2 on page 3 in the beginning line on 29 in section 1397A, short-term rental occupancy revised as followed. The maximum overnight occupancy of an STRU is limited to a maximum of 2 adults per bedroom, plus an additional 2 adults for each unit, excluding studios or efficiencies, such that the 2-bedroom house would have an overnight occupancy of 6 adults or 3-bedroom house would have an overnight occupancy of 8 adults. For the purposes of this subsection, an adult is any person over the age of 12. This amendment proposes to add an additional 2 individuals to the occupancy allowance to allow the use of additional areas for sleeping. So I won't go into it all. It's there and it's in our public documents and it's here so people can look at it. But it's really just giving an opportunity. I know for these people who do this out of their home, I think it's just, people have talked about, the parties and stuff that have happened, but with large families, I actually have used them for really tremendous cost saving measures. So, the ability to put 2 more people in a living room fold out bed would be awesome.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. So that's floor amendment number 2. I think I see a couple of seconds. I'll use Councilor Borrego because she seems to be on top of the list. I'll ask Mr. Moya to clear the board there, and then I'll open it up for questions or comments on this amendment number 2. I have one if there are no others. And so I don't know if this would go to the sponsor, maybe Councilor Gibson, maybe I should just ask, since you worked on the task force a good deal. I think my only concern with this, and I agree, Councilor Pena, I've used these as well. I've been that person who slept on the couch, in the 2-bedroom house. But I also understand that in some neighborhoods, there's an issue with the number of cars and parking, et cetera. And so I know the task force looked at those questions. I'm not opposed to it. I just am curious, Councilor Gibson, can you tell us a little more about how you came up with the numbers and if you have any insight on how the working group might look at this amendment?
Well, I think that there were a couple of things that we were looking at, and this is what we ended up, the path that we ended up going to, which is sort of based on hotels or B&Bs, bed and breakfasts. But it was also quite popular within the industry that we be able to add the +2 per unit for reasons that Councilor Pena just mentioned, for larger families and sleeper sofas. That's actually quite common wherever there's adequate room for a sofa. So I don't know if that answers your question. Does that answer what you're asking?
I think it does. I'm just asking more about the consideration and if you think they would really oppose it. I see Councilor Benton and Councilor Bassan want to jump in, so we'll let them do that as well. Councilor Benton?
Yeah, just quickly, appreciate Councilor Pena going along with my suggestion that we deal with, exclude studios from this aspect because it was originally written differently. And studios by definition are sort of that couch that we're talking about oftentimes. So yeah, I think it's good to define this.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, 2 things. One is I wanted to clarify, does this say that it's going to put the cap at 12 people now, or is that just part of the example based off of rooms? If it's a 4-bedroom, it would now be up to 10 people?
An example, Mr. President, Councilor Bassan.
Thank you. And then the second thing is I am very thankful for this amendment. I have a big family. We don't go anywhere without at least 7 of us. And I know that my children are, they're very young still, but at the same time, they're not going to be. And eventually they're going to be 12, all of them, to where that would cause me to have to find a really large place. So I think this is something that's a reality for a lot of families, and this is going to make it to where it's not necessarily a party aspect, but just for those families that have gone a little bit above and beyond with their child rearing. Never. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, any other discussion? Councilor Pena to close.
Thank you. I urge your support, and we don't have parties, but there's like 30 of us, so we need all the room we can get. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you take the roll?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councilor Ben, you have floor amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. And am I still muted? Hopefully not.
No, we hear you.
Okay. Well, so as I stated during the general public comment, it's the party aspect that worries me. And I have parties with the best of them, and but I'm a homeowner, and I'm not operating a business in my home. So I think that's what's different about I understand the conceptual idea that the rights to operate these places are the same as a homeowner, but this really is a commercial operation in a typically residential neighborhood. I think by definition a residential neighborhood, maybe not, but so I'm putting this out there for the council's discussion, and I hope I'm not offending the sponsor who's done so much work on this, and I really appreciate her work on this. But this is just putting it out there for discussion. Whether the magic number, as I called it, is 20 or 16 or 18, I don't know. But I know what a party looks like in a residential house, unless it's a giant one, and then it becomes something else altogether. And I hope I've never offended any of my neighbors with my crazy parties. But again, this is for a short-term rental, and that's very different. So I'll move this as a floor amendment number. Would this be 3 now? 2. This would be 3. So I'll move floor amendment number 3, which states basically just changes page 3, beginning line 32. Gatherings of persons in excess of maximum overnight occupancy prescribed by subsection A above shall not exceed 2 times the maximum overnight occupancy, or strike 20 and insert 16 persons, whichever is less. All such gatherings shall conclude at 10 p.m. as it was previously written.
Thank you, Councilor. I see a second from Councilor Jones. We'll clear the board and ask if there are any other comments or questions for discussion on amendment number 3. Councilor Jones, do you have it? Yeah, go ahead. You were still in there first, and then we'll go to Councilor Harris, then Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Benton, I appreciate this amendment. I know we're trying to not dictate and make something untenable as a business, but we also want to make sure that we don't make it untenable for the neighbors and the people who live in the community. And it seems it's one of the situations, if we have a lot of people in a family or a lot of people that we want to invite to stay in one of these Airbnb or whatever it is we're calling them at this point, it's a good process, it's a good thing. But if the home isn't large enough to hold the number of people that go in, then we simply get a larger home, which also then allows more people there. So again, Councilor Benton, I appreciate this amendment, and I will be supporting it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Harris, Councilor Bassan, then Councilor Pena. Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple clients actually who for something else, so they have nothing to do with this, but they came to me and I sent them over to Councilor Gibson. But what they told me is that they have homes that have numerous bedrooms and they have a lot of like small conferences. These aren't parties, these are knitting groups or lawyers who come in or ophthalmologists, and they'll have like a little group of 20 or 30 people. And these aren't people who are partying. These are folks who never had a complaint. And I'm wondering, ask the sponsor, as well as my concern about this amendment from Councilor Benton is, because I think there are uses of these homes where there can be numerous people, but the behavior of these people is not partying at all. They're just having a little gathering or a little meeting.
And so is that for the sponsor, Councilor Gibson?
I think both the sponsor and Councilor Benton.
Okay. Councilors, whoever wants to take it.
I'll take it, since I put forth this amendment. Councilor Harris, totally agree. I think, again, to reiterate my thinking about this, and I've been doing a lot of thinking about it because there's a lot of it in District 2, as you can imagine, near downtown and UNM and Old Town. That fundamentally, this is a commercial enterprise again, typically, and I don't know how well the bill addresses this, I'll defer to the sponsor on that, in a residential district. So it's a commercial enterprise occurring in a residential district. Now, I support that kind of micro enterprise in general, and I don't have any problem with that. What I worry about is the gatherings outside of these numbers, where let's say somebody does have some very large house not a predominantly in an exclusively residential area, and to have that be really an event center, which is what you described, or a party house, which is the much worse option, is a concern. And I think it warrants special regulation in those instances. What you just described, Councilor Harris, I really don't have any problem with, and I doubt anyone would, if it's a responsible landlord that's doing it. And there's always the outliers, right? And that's what we had down here in the country club. We had a landlord who apparently none of it mattered to him. He didn't live anywhere near it, but it was a free for all. And I just think about, again, all kidding aside, my own parties, when it gets over 16, it starts to get pretty loud. We had one time when we probably had over 16. And my wife's beehive went crazy and went and stung somebody who was being too loud. So good on them. But anyway, that's the point. And I really put that number 16 out there as kind of a marker. But it does. If there are 20 people legally in, if I understand it correctly, if there are 20 people legally in the B&B, they can all still be there. This is not limiting them. It's limiting outside folks who are not, legally allowed to be sleeping in the facility.
Thanks, Councilor. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Gibson. Yes, go ahead.
President, if I may, I believe I know the clients that Councilor Harris sent over to us, and we did look at their emails very carefully. Gave us a history of recent bookings, and with this bill, the way it is now amended, for a seven-bedroom houses, which is what they're advertising this to be, they will be able to have 20 people staying there, and that was the highest, the largest group that he that he did give to us. Now, the other thing I want to say is that, you know, it's always the outliers that we're trying to address, you know, the people who are, you know, maybe trying to cut corners or skate by or something like that. That's the one that we're really trying to address. I think at least 90% of these folks are really trying to do the right thing. We haven't given them a lot of guidance. They're not bed and breakfast. This is a little bit different animal. And really what we're looking at now today is the ordinance is the result, pretty much the result of what the task force was able to agree upon. So they weren't really able to agree on other things like density or distance between short-term rentals, which some neighborhoods really, I am hearing from neighborhoods from all over the city, not just my own district. But we didn't, you know, do anything about that because they did not reach consensus. And so to be fair and offer a just and really truly minimum standards for all providers of this industry, which by the way is extremely important to Albuquerque. We don't have enough hotel rooms. It's hard to imagine now after how many months of COVID, but during big events, you know, certainly the Balloon Fiesta and other things on that order, we just run out of hotel rooms too quickly. I think we all are pretty well aware of that now. I'm sorry, Councilor Benton, I won't be able to support this limitation going from 20 to 16 because of the way it's written, and I think we took the most judicious approach that we could in you know, defining an upper capacity limit. But I appreciate what you're saying. And I'll also say is that there's actual teeth in this now. So that if we have an operator or owner operator of a short-term rental who's maybe not following real closely what's happening at their rental unit, I think this is going to encourage them to do so because it is a really important source of revenue for small businesses. And like I said before, I don't think that happens probably. I don't think that's the rule. I didn't think that's the exception for the rule. But as a governing body for the city of Albuquerque, I think that you know, putting life into this ordinance will do a few things. It's going to protect the industry. Number one, it's going to protect the image that the city puts out there for visiting tourists who come and do stay at short-term rentals. And you know, hopefully it'll give some reassurance to neighbors that there is some place to call. There is teeth in this bill, and we've done everything we can, I think, to make sure that proprietors do understand that you know, there are standards now that they really have to take into consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. Next, we have Councilor Bassan, Councilor Benton, Councilor Sena, and Councilor Borrego. So, Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the same reasons that I liked increasing the bedrooms and the permissible amounts there has been a time where I've gone with several of our family friends and our family. We rented a really big house in Colorado. There were 22 of us staying in it. And again, it was with all the children. I realize that that's not necessarily what we're talking about all together here, but for my own personal experiences and reasons, I just worry that bringing it from 20 to 16 is going to be limiting in a way that the bedrooms I feel like the bedrooms and the size of the house should impact it a little bit more than just the gathering by nature. Because what if there were 22 people in a really big house and yet we have this limit of whichever is less, then what? And that's a concern for me.
Councilor Benton.
Yeah, just to respond to Councilor Bassan, if you have a big enough house, you can have 22, you could have 30 people. What this is addressing is the party of in excess of the maximum. So this would not affect your example. This is only for not non-associated, as it reads, persons in excess of the maximum overnight occupancy. So this isn't a lesser of, it's it has to do with people who are over and above the allowed occupancy based on the number of bedrooms and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Councilor Benton, thank you for the clarification. I didn't understand it that way. So now I think that it does clarify. And if I had 22 people in the house, I don't want 16 more anyway. But that's, again, my personal opinion.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Senna, then Councilor Brigham.
For the Mr. President, I was just wondering, because I know that there was some clarification that Councilor Benton had just gave to me, but I would like to ask Councilor Gibson, kind of, in respect to the task force, how they came up with the 20 originally. I think I'm just thinking of others that, like our soccer teams at times can be at 20. And they want to stay in the same Airbnb or whatever, a short-term rental, and their families want to check in at some point. Does that mean that, just thinking of the same application of what we're talking about in this amendment, at 10 o'clock, they have to suddenly disperse and go somewhere else. So if Councilor Gibson could kind of clarify where that 20 came from in the discussion and the task force, I would appreciate that.
Thank you for that question. Thank you, Mr. President, and Councilor Senna. I don't think the number 20 came from the task force. They did, in fact, I probably should have Ms. Morris address this. I think you can probably do a much better job than I can, Ms. Morris, if you wouldn't mind.
Mr. President, councillors, yes. So the task force recommended that occupancy be measured, but did not agree on how to measure occupancy. And they also recommended that parties be prohibited. And so, but they didn't really get into how to prohibit parties. And so this gathering language was intended to try and address that party prohibition recommendation, because everybody has an idea of what a party is, but you would be surprised how amazingly difficult it is to define what a party is. And so what we kind of came up with, and this was trying to stay within the spirit of the task force, which was the idea of treating all residents equally. So if you're a short-term resident operator, you should be treated in the same way that a long-term renter or an owner-occupied property owner would be treated, which is, I could have a Super Bowl party and I might have, 10 friends come over to my house and watch the Super Bowl. And so short-term rentals should be able to do that. However, I'm probably not going to host a wedding in my backyard. And so short-term rentals should also probably not do that. And so the idea with the gatherings was to try and limit the scale of the number of people coming to the home for something, for a gathering of people. And so that's what the gathering language was really about. And so, yes, somebody might have a wedding with the 20 or 16, however, whatever you guys end up voting on, people there, and the wedding would be allowed, but the scale of it is limited. And so that's what we were trying to get at with this. And so the 20 came from internal work with council staff and planning and legal staff, kind of working through the recommendations of the task force and putting them into bill language.
And so, seeing no other discussion, I'll go back to Councilor Benton on the motion to approve floor amendment number 3.
Okay, so for a change, I'm not going to urge your support. I'm going to say decide for yourself, councilors. Because, yeah, I get it. You know, if, let's say you've got a big house, and I'm going to argue somewhat against my own bill, which is crazy, but I think it's a discussion worth having. Let's say we've got a big house with 5 bedrooms, then you've already got 10. If everyone's inviting 2 people, now you've got 20. I understand that's the you know, kind of arithmetic we're talking about. But what I'm really talking about is, you know, gatherings of people who don't live in the neighborhood, some of whom have rented the facility and some who may have been invited for whatever reason, and what's okay. So I think it's worth everybody thinking about a little bit, but I don't see these houses as being party houses. I honestly, in all respect to the folks who spoke to Councilor Harris, I don't think they're event centers. They're not zoned for that. They're zoned for single family or whatever. They're zoned for residential. And I'm not a big fan of single family residential necessarily, but they're zoned for residential. And so that needs to be protected. So that's where I'm coming from. So decide for yourselves, Counselor. I'm going to vote for my amendment.
Ms. Hinojo, seeing no other discussion, let's see how councilors decide. Would you please call the roll?
Counselor Bassan,
No.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
No.
Counselor Gibson,
No.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
No.
Counselor Sena,
No.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That fails in a 6-3 vote.
Councilor Gibson, we're back on your bill as amended.
So I have one more amendment, Mr. President. I think this is the last one. This is committee amendment number 4 then. It says 1, but it'll be number 4 to O2030 on page 2, section 13-19-4, definitions, line 3, add the following text. Marketplace provider, a person who facilitates the rental of lodging by advertising the lodging by any means, whether physical or electronic, including by internet, website, online booking platform, catalog, television, or radio broadcast, and B, collecting payment from the vendee and transmitting that payment to the vendor, either directly or indirectly through agreements or arrangements with the vendor, regardless of whether the marketplace provider receives compensation or consideration in exchange for the marketplace provider's services. And then number 2 on page 2, section 13-19-5, general provisions, line 13, add the following text. B, pay all applicable local, state, federal taxes, including lodger's tax, hospitality fee, gross receipts tax, and income taxes associated with the operation of each STRU, short-term rental unit, unless the marketplace provider does this on the operator's behalf.
Councilor Gibson, I apologize. Before we move forward on the process, I had a note from Ms. Yara that this may have already passed in committee. Can I ask Ms. Yara just to clarify the record for us on this matter before we move forward?
Yes, Mr. President and Councilor Gibson, I do have this as being passed at committee unanimously, and then the committee went ahead and sent it to the full council without recommendation as amended. So that amendment has passed. It just hasn't been enrolled and engrossed in the bill, of course.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And I got to share that with everybody. That was free. There'll be no charge for that.
It was a great amendment, and congratulations on getting it passed.
Thank you. Anyway, I don't know if there's any more, if there's no other conversation about this, I'll just urge your support on this bill. Oh, and I really want to thank Petra Morris for this because she worked really, really hard. And this has been a labor of love for about 20 years now, I think. Anyway, I do urge your support. Thank you.
It has been a lot of work by yourself as well, ma'am. So thank you, Councilor, and thank you, Ms. Morris. Madam Clerk, would you call the vote?
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego,
Yes, and thank you, Councilor Gibson, for being diligent on this.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Senna,
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Congratulations, Councilor and Ms. Morris. And next up, Councilors, we only have a few more items, so we're going to continue on. But again, if you need a break, let us know. We'll accommodate you and even try to work that out if we have several. But I'm getting notions that we want to just keep going here. So Councilor Pena, item D.
Thank you, Mr. President. D is 036, amending the Amusements Recreation Cultural Ordinance to align certain board appointments with other art and cultural boards and commissions, correct outdated department, division, and program names, and clarify board relations to municipal hiring practices. I move a do pass, and I'll just be brief and just say that it just really aligns our different boards and commissions in terms of their membership composition, membership appointments, term limits, officers, meetings, qualifications, bylaws, conflict of interest. And I think we have Director Sanchez. She can further explain it, but I think it just really aligns with creating diversity and making sure that our boards and commissions are aligned and consistent. There she is. Hi,
Thank you. Just
Director.
procedurally, let me get us on the record here. Thank you, Councilor Borrego. I'm going to take your second for the record. So we'll clear the board there. Thank you, Councilor Pena. And so I guess we'll go to the administration director if you have any comments or just want to take questions.
President Council Davis, Councilor Pena, I think Councilor Pena summed it up. It's really about aligning all of the work of the boards within cultural services. We have 7 boards and they've all kind of grown up and come to being in different decades, and we're just trying to create alignment and also create more opportunities for diverse representation across the city, but also diversity within the board. And I think this is a really good step towards doing that and just making sure there's consistency. So a lot of it's just cleaning up some things and also just getting rid of some outdated language in the ordinance. So a lot of it is just about governance and housekeeping. And I appreciate Councilor Pena's support on bringing this to the council. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director. Councilor Pena, I don't see any discussion on this item. Let me just say I had some questions at our last meeting, and I appreciate the chance to talk through some of those with the administration. So thank you for answering those, and I appreciate it. I intend to support the legislation. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you hear me? I urge your support. And there was some person getting on. Was that intended for us?
It is. It's for our next item. Yes.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you. Sorry, we're
Okay.
getting a little ahead of ourselves over here. So counselors, the sponsor has closed, and so I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. Congratulations, Counselor. Counselor Senna, next up is R18, and Counselors, just for procedural as
Hello,
Counselor-
can you hear me? Hello, can
Just a second, ma'am. We'll be right
Hello?
there with you. Janice will be there with you in a minute. Counselors, as we noted, this next item is a nuisance abatement legislation. Although we don't allow public comment on individual items during our pandemic rules, it's been our practice to allow interested parties to participate in this conversation with the permission of the sponsor, because it involves a taking and some extraordinary sort of powers. And so we're going to use that rule tonight. If it's Counselor Sena's wish to invite the guest in, we're going to do that. So Counselor Sena, I give you the floor to introduce the legislation and your guest if you so choose.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. R18 is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 5609 Everett Road Northwest 87120. I'm going to move this as due pass just to get the conversation going, but would like to have Mr. Brennan Williams, our Director of Planning, to also come forward and, also talk about our guests today, and just to confirm that our guests are the property owners at 5609 Everett.
Thank you, Counselor Sena. And I take, for the record, Counselor Bassan has offered a second. Ms. Stylish, before we get to you, we're going to go to our planning director first. That's Director Brennan Williams. So, Mr. Williams, we've discussed this property at length a number of times. I think this is the same one I recall. But the floor is yours.
Mr. President, Councilor Sena, thank you. I am not familiar with the folks that are on the call. I can double check with our code enforcement staff because they have been the primary lead on this. But according to property ownership records, I'm not recognizing the names of the individuals that are participating here. Perhaps they can clarify their association or their relationship with the property.
Hello.
Mr. President, if you'd like, I can provide you an update if the council wishes on what has happened over the past 30 days since this matter was previously deferred to allow code enforcement to make some additional attempts to bring about a resolution for this.
Sure. Director Williams, can you clarify for the record for me who the owner of record is for the discussion tonight, if you know?
Mr. President, the last name is Kowalchuk, I believe is how you pronounce it.
I remember that from a previous meeting. So,
Yes.
Counselor Sena, is it okay if we go to the guest and see if we can figure out how they're related to this property? So I see a person named Miss Janice Stylish is identified in the thing. Is that you, ma'am, in the white shirt?
Yes, it's me, Janice Kowalchuk. I could change the last name if you want me to go out and change it.
That's okay. What's your relationship to the property, Janice?
I am one of the owners. It's me and my mom, Lucy, who's behind me, and then Cassandra, who's right there.
Okay. And you understand what we're talking about this evening in this legislation?
Let me talk. Hold on.
So we can only have one person at a time, okay?
Okay. Hi, I am Lucy. I'm the primary owner of the property. And the last meeting that I had, it was regarding that there was a miscommunication between the city and I, because they never sent me letters. They just post things on the fence, I guess, and I never got any kind of letters in the mail. But they gave me 50 days to work on the resolution of what I was going to do with the house, which I have been very busy at, and I have obtained a realtor who I signed a purchase agreement today, and she's going to buy the house. She's interested in buying the house and fixing it up. And she's buying it. And yeah, so I already signed the purchase agreement, and then we're going to go through with the sale by the end of the week, I'm hoping.
Thank you, Ms. Kowalczyk. And so Councilor Sena, I'm going to turn it back to you. I know Mr. Williams said maybe had an update, and I want to ask if the administration has any progress from their side. But Councilor Sena, it is your legislation, and so I'll let you have the floor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I am just urging Ms. Kowalczyk and your daughter that we actually have been really trying to get a hold of you, and I appreciate you for attending today's meeting. I would like Mr. Williams to give an update. And from my understanding, it was that the realtor would actually be here today at the meeting to confirm that this agreement was going through. Mr. Williams, could you actually provide your end of the update?
Mr. President, Councilor Sena, thank you. Yes, ma'am. So since this matter was deferred last month, there have been half a dozen attempts by code enforcement to make contact with the Kowalczyks. During that time, only 2 of those attempts were successful. One was a telephone conversation and one was a site visit. Since this summer, since the beginning of June, code enforcement has been out to the site at least a dozen times. Recently, they've had to perform some board up and cleanup work on the property. It's also our understanding that the family lives nearby this subject site, and we've learned that there have been some problems with that home. So we're a little concerned with the involvement of the family. As I mentioned before to this council and to the subcommittees, compliance is always the city's ultimate goal. If we've got a valid purchase agreement, certainly the city would be interested in reviewing that and using that as a demonstration of good faith to be made. And if the property is going to be sold to someone that has the means and the ability to correct the problems and repurpose the property, that would certainly be the city's preference. However, there have been multiple attempts by both the emergency service requests, by the police department, as well as the fire department over the past 12 months at the property. And again, there are $12,255 in outstanding liens that are associated with the board up and the cleanup of the property that still need to be addressed. With that, Mr. President, I'll stand for questions.
Thanks. And if I could ask Ms. Kowalczyk very briefly, and then we'll get back to Councilor Sena, then Councilor Borrego and Councilor Pena if needed. Ms. Kowalczyk, if you'll take yourself off mute, since this is a new development today, can you tell us the name of the person that you signed the purchase agreement with so that we can get that to the planning department?
Yes, her name is Nancy Kennedy. And they were supposed to fax over a purchase agreement to Chris today, who is the representative of the lien on my property. And also I wanted to let you know that I have been the one calling the police to the residents because at night there's people from the street that come, and I've noticed them like trying to get into the house, and I have called APD to let them know that there's somebody there. It's not me or my family that had been trying to get into that house. It's just somebody off the street. And I am the person responsible for calling APD.
Thank you, ma'am. So Councilor Sena, we're back on you just a second. And then we have Councilor Pena with a question, and we'll come back to the sponsor to close or to follow up. Councilor Sena, you have the
Thank you for that, Mr. President. If you don't mind, I actually would like to defer to Councilor Pena. I'll yield the floor to her to have her ask her question before I bring my motion. Thank you.
Sure. Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of questions. Miss Kowalczyk, is that your name? I'm sorry. I apologize if I pronounce it incorrectly. Are you wanting to sell your house, or are you just kind of, if you don't mind me asking, you can tell me to be quiet, but is it because the debt that's incurred, or what's?
Well, I have I don't know if you know, but I had lost my son. My son passed away in 2015, and I went through severe depression over it, and I'm coming out of it. I went through a lot of counseling and stuff, and I just want to sell the house because there's too many memories there. My son was shot on, next door, and it's just too many bad memories. So I want to sell the house. It's just that I had been, there's been a few people that were interested in the house, and we just had discussions throughout the last year, and finally Nancy and I came to an agreement that we both feel comfortable with, and so I've decided to sell the house.
Councilor Pena.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, I have reservations always about condemnation. I just wanted to make sure that you wanted to sell your house because, again, I always have reservations about condemnation. And I don't know if anyone had an opportunity to see a news article on one of the TV stations this weekend. Somebody in Espanola was going through a similar situation. And actually all the community got together and went and helped them fix their house and got them back into compliance, helping to get them back into compliance. So I just wanted to just ensure that she wanted to sell her home.
Thank you, Councilor. And Councilor Sena, seeing no other discussion from councilors, the floor is yours, whether you want to take additional comment or advice from the administration, or if you will have a motion on the floor, it is yours.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I appreciate Councilor Pena raising that issue. And Ms. Kowalczyk, I do appreciate you sharing that piece with us because you certainly didn't have to. And I really do appreciate you sharing just that piece and, being vulnerable with us on council. I want to note, that I really do hope that you get in touch with Director Williams with Planning and Zoning because, again, our push and desire through this and even through the last council meeting and in my discussion on this property is that you be in contact and reach out to our planning and zoning. I'm going to move this for a deferral for 2 weeks until the next council meeting. I would actually appreciate if you share with the Director Williams that agreement, and just so that we see that there is movement on this property, because again, we certainly don't want to see a property be condemned and demolished. We always want to revive that and reach out to our residents and do what we can to support them. So Ms. Kowalczyk, if you can actually reach out to Director Williams or code enforcement and share with us that, but I'm going to move deferral of this until our next council meeting, so you have 2 weeks to produce that agreement. Thank you.
So Councilor Sena, you have a couple of seconds. I saw Councilor Borregos came first, so we'll clear the board there if there aren't any other discussion on that item. Councilor Borrego or Pena, I don't believe either one of you had anything. I think you were just seconding, but I want to be sure. Councilors, any other discussion? Mr. Brennan, any comment? Mr. Williams, any comment before we move? Okay. Councilor Benton.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm going to support this motion, but the property owner has a responsibility, and that responsibility includes responding to many efforts, due diligence on the part of our planning department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And I just want to note, and Ms. Kowalczyk, I appreciate your working with everybody, and I hope that agreement can get to Mr. Romero very quickly. But it would not be out of normal order for this council to go ahead and move forward and pass the condemnation, the nuisance abatement legislation tonight, so that this would proceed at this pace, even if you had an agreement in place. And so, because we haven't seen it yet. So I think Councilor Sena is doing a good thing by giving it one more shot. But when we come back in 2 weeks, I wouldn't be so certain the council would do that again if they didn't have that in hand, because we can't allow those conditions to continue for your neighbors there as well. So thank you. And I see Councilor Harris and Councilor Pena jumped in with me there. So we'll go back really quickly to those councilors for comment. Councilor Harris.
Just very briefly, I'd also like to hear at the next council meeting if there's a mortgage on this property. What I mean is that if there's a $50,000 mortgage and it's going to be sold for 40, then that's just not going to happen. I mean, sometimes the only way to get these things off center is to condemn them, knock them down, and then, and sometimes that way we actually are able to clear the lot, and then the mortgage company or the bank just has to deal with whatever it has. But I just want to make sure that the sale is actually going to be a money sale and it's going to be feasible. It's not something that's sort of blue sky or, seller financing or anything like that. It needs to be real money. It needs to happen. So.
Thanks. Mr. Williams, if you would just take that note, if you could get that to us before the next meeting, that would be helpful. Thank you. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just briefly, and this does not apply to the person on the phone, so I don't want you to think that I'm specifically talking about you, but I just wanted to say that, sometimes when we're doing these things, this is a prime example of why, I have my reservations, because sometimes some families are facing some of the underlying issues that we're always talking about, and, and they have barriers to getting to where they need to get to in order to ensure that that some of these things are met, so I know we had a conversation about adding some money for to help people to keep their homes. So I just want to make sure that when we implement that we take these things into consideration, because I understand there is a responsibility to the neighbors. I know what it is to have somebody who's not following the rules and their house is falling into disrepair. But when we have families, and not saying that the family that that we're talking to now is that's the issue, but when we're having families that are meeting these barriers and facing these underlying issues in our community, all we do by doing some of these things is we further create homelessness in our communities. So again, Ms. Kowalczyk, I'm not referring to you, but I know it's tough out there. You take care.
Thank you, counselors. And Ms. Kowalczyk, I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you here, but the counselors are going to vote briefly, and then we'll give you an opportunity in 2 weeks, once we have all that paperwork together, for you to come back and speak to us about the progress. And so, counselors, seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the deferral to defer this matter until the next meeting, which will be October 19th.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes to the deferral.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll see that matter again in 2 weeks on the 19th. Thank you, Mr. Williams. We'll see you again too. Counselor Harris, R67.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a due pass on R67, which is renaming the Four Hills Park and Four Hills Village at the Barsis Mickelson Park, and I also have an amendment.
And we have a number, I'll second that for the record, and I believe you have an amendment as well, so we'll let you either introduce it or introduce the.
And let me make sure I have the amendment. There it is. Okay, thank you. On page 1, line 3, strike the language Barsis Mickelson Park and replace it with Ed Barsis Park at Four Hills Village. On line 1, line 5, strike the language and Roger Mickelson. On line 1, line 5, strike.
Counselor, I think we lost a little connection from you, and we were going to say we have it on the screen and you wouldn't necessarily have to read it. But Counselor Harris, are you still with us? Okay, we lost Counselor Harris, and so maybe we'll table this one for just a second. We're going to skip this one for the moment and just sit on that motion. We didn't even get started on discussion, so we'll just consider it not on the record yet, or not on discussion. We're going to go to item H, which will be Counselor Pena, Borrego, and Bassan for R95. This is about prohibiting police department and military surplus. I'm trying to buy some time here for those sponsors to get ready since they weren't quite there. But Counselor Pena, Borrego, and Bassan, R95, if you're ready, we are ready. And we'll get Counselor Harris back in just.
Thank you, Mr. President. Counselor Bassan or Counselor Borrego, you want to take this one on? I appreciate your supporting it.
Great.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Counselor Harris, we moved on. While we lost you, we moved on to the next item. So we'll come back to you as soon as we're done. Right now, we're on item H. I'm sorry. We just didn't know if we could get you back in.
Okay, thanks. That's fine.
Okay, thank you, Counselor. So I move R95, prohibiting the police department from applying for or receiving certain surplus military equipment for civilian law enforcement use. I move it to pass.
Thank you, ma'am. I see a second from Councilor Borrego. Thank you. I also want to reintroduce Deputy Chief Smathers, who's here with us to answer any technical questions from the administration. So to the sponsor, I don't see any other questions. So to the sponsors to discuss the bill, and then you have your expert here if needed. Councilor Sena also wants to weigh in after the sponsors get a chance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be real short and then defer to the other counselors that are sponsoring this. This is finding that middle ground. We were not able to pass the demilitarization bill a while back, but this is going to have the limited language so that if anything is on different controlled or prohibited lists off of the Presidential Order 13688, then these cannot be acquired through APD. And so I think, again, this is finding that middle ground where we can get some military equipment or supplies without being too excessive. And so I urge your support and now pass it on to the other counselors.
Thank you. I'll recognize Councilor Borrego and Councilor Pena as co-sponsors if you have any discussion. Otherwise, we'll go to.
I just want to thank Councilor Pena because she really is the one who did the background research on this. And, you know, our last bill, which didn't pass for certain reasons, that some of the equipment that was on the other list was, after talking with some of the police, we found that, you know, there were some items that we still probably could use. And so this is, as Councilor Bassan mentioned, this is really a sort of a middle ground. I know, you know, it's hard always to, because we have, you know, dissenting sides, and we walked away from that other bill with, you know, all of us feeling like, you know, we wished we could have passed it, but there were some things in it that just didn't fit. And so I think this is that middle ground with the police department and hopefully with the community. And I do want to give Councilor Pena recognition for really stepping in and being the person that kind of came up with this bill and then talked with us about it. And I urge your support.
Thank you. Councilor Pena, as a sponsor, do you have anything to introduce the
I'll
legislation?
defer to Councilor Sena.
Great. Councilor Sena, you're up.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I just had a few questions for the sponsors, especially in regards to, you know, the difference between this one and the last one that we introduced. Specifically, I guess, you know, we have a recommended list of what maybe we can't participate in. So I'm just curious, what were some of the items that they could participate in through this legislation or some of the discussion that was made, just so that community understands a little bit more what the difference between this legislation and the one that we voted on previously.
I can take a stab at that. I don't have the list in front of me. I had it from the last bill that we had, but there was clothing, there was the storage containers, there was office supplies, there was office equipment, there was non-military grade equipment that, you know, that we could definitely utilize. And so for those reasons, I mean, I think the last bill, I couldn't support it because I felt like it didn't really, it made a bold statement, but it really took away APD's ability to acquire some other necessary equipment.
Councilor Sena, do you have anything?
Yeah, I guess, you know, for me in laying out lists like this, I always have a lot of reservations because what's not in this list, what else can they not participate in, or what can they participate in? It has a recommended list, and, you know, for me, I still am supportive of just laying it out clearly that whatever was on a battlefield shouldn't be utilized within APD or Albuquerque. But I think, you know, if we're trying to chip away at it at one list at a time. That's where I can be supportive, but again, you know, I have a lot of hesitations when we have a recommended list. It's only recommended, it's not a clear outline of what we say yes and no to. I just don't know, just based off of this, you know, it sounds like it's just clothing and office materials maybe, but just, you know, I have a lot of those reservations when we have a list that's only recommendations and not just clear cut. So that's what I just have to say, Mr. President. And I appreciate the sponsors for still bringing this issue up because I think it is an important community discussion.
Thank you, Councilor Sinha. And so you know the discussion, I'll also weigh in here just briefly, and then we'll go back to the sponsors. Look, I intend to vote for this, but I did believe that the legislation we had previously, as Councilor Sinha mentioned, that was more comprehensive, was better and appropriate. And let me just explain why. The program, the 1033 program, is not designed to give out office supplies. It is designed to give out weapons of war and surplus military equipment to civilian law enforcement agencies. Our police department in our city gets millions of dollars in federal grants for all kinds of things that accommodate those other uses and other needs in other ways. And I fully support those and sponsored several and voted for nearly all of them. But in this case, I think it's an important message, as someone mentioned, that we do send a message that the idea of this 1033 program that transfers military equipment for civilian use on civilian streets is not a good purpose for our federal government or our city's relationship with it. Our community was pretty clear in the voices that we heard that they did not want to see us use that equipment. And so I recognize that other things can come through this, but the primary purpose of the program is to move military equipment to civilian law enforcement. I don't think that's an appropriate use of that equipment. And for that reason, I don't support us participating in the entire program because I think it just continues to further it along, even when it's quite frankly unnecessary. That said, I believe in the mission and the purpose of what Councilor Sinha and I were trying to do before, more than I believe in the politics of arguing over who gets to get the win. And so I'm going to vote for this because I still think that some of that military equipment listed in that list in this legislation shouldn't be on our streets. And for the moment, I don't have the votes to do it my way. And so I'll vote for somebody else's that gets us most of the way there. But I do think we should take a stronger stand had we the opportunity to do that again. So I appreciate the sponsors looking at a better way. Councilor Pena, I know Mr. Melendrez was instrumental in working on looking at this, and thank you for taking the lead and trying to find another route. And I hope that we can reconsider in another year and do more. But thanks for bringing this forward for now. Councilor Bassan and then Councilor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you. I needed a couple more minutes to find it. So, and to answer you, Councilor Sinha, and to hopefully add a little bit of clarification, on page 11 of the Presidential Order 13688, one of the paragraphs that explains what you're asking, I believe, is the equipment list reviewed by the working group, which was created in order to figure out which lists should and shouldn't be prioritized, were expansive and included routine items such as office equipment, cameras, and plywood. Equipment that may be more hazardous but does not have a particular law enforcement purpose, such as locomotives, and equipment that may have militaristic connotations, such as armored personnel carriers, high-powered assault rifles, and aircraft. The working group focused on items that may have an operational law enforcement nexus justification, further narrowing the results to identify equipment that merited discussion for inclusion in either a controlled or prohibited list. Items that were already prohibited and clearly had no law enforcement nexus or justification, such as nuclear weapons, are not included on the working group's recommended prohibited list. Equipment not listed on the recommended prohibited or controlled equipment lists are still subject to the restrictions and prohibitions set by the applicable federal agencies, guidelines, regulations, and statutory authority. So I hope that kind of narrows down a little bit more to answer how the list was figured out and created, and not necessarily just in comparison with what we have obtained or not. But at least it's page 11 of that, so for everyone's reference as well.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Ben, you're next.
Yeah, Mr. President, I agree with your assessment of this. It's better than nothing, and I'll support it. I wonder about, as you stated, Mr. President, the fundamental intent of this program and whether, we're kind of trying to fine tune it here, and that's great. And whether that will even work within the program, but I do see it as an advancement, so I will support it.
Thank you, counselors. Counselor, seeing no other discussion on this item, I'll defer to the sponsors for whomever wants to close for the group, and we will move to a vote.
Well, I'll start with the close. I think each counselor may want to close on it, but I just do want to say that this is, I take offense to what you said, Mr. President, in terms of the wind. This isn't about the wind. It was actually about a real philosophical difference with the bill that you put forward. I thought that it really took a stab at APD, and I think that it really wasn't very transparent in terms of some of the things that we were talking about. It really came across is that we have all this military equipment here at the city of Albuquerque, that people were in danger. That's the way it was promoted. That's the way it came out on the news. And I just really couldn't stand by something like that really didn't give clarity as to what. So yeah, I agreed with you in it. And I also agreed with you in essence, saying that yes, we shouldn't have some of these military grade equipment. So then we turned around, and because I couldn't vote for it as it was written, we turned around and we added things that we all also felt that were military grade and that we couldn't be accepting. But when we have our officers, and if you look at the list of things that we have accepted, a lot of them are some of these things like storage containers and office equipment and the like. So just want to say that I urge everyone's support. I appreciate I appreciate the co-sponsors, and I appreciate the sponsors that initially put it forward, but I didn't feel that it was very, very clear. Thank you.
Counselor Borrego, if you have any close as a sponsor.
I do. Thank you, Counselor. I think the thing that is really, that occupies my mind a lot about this bill and the first bill is that, APD kind of was made out to look like the villain. And I think that this bill, we were able to meet with them and talk with them and hopefully not make them think that everybody's against them. And, I think sometimes the devil is in the detail. And, looking back at the original bill, the counselors that didn't vote for it were somewhat, made to look like the bad guys, I guess. And so that's why I think it's important that, we take a look at the first bill, but we also look at this bill as sort of a middle ground of what we can move forward with as a community. And in the future, maybe there's some things that we need to tweak. But, equipment that is military grade is not something that, our officers probably need, like launchers and things that are war related. We do have a military for that. But there is a way that we can have some equipment that might be needed in the future, and that they don't have to give it all back, I guess. Because after talking with the police, we came to find that there is quite a bit of, we haven't even received anything since 2015. So here it is 5 years later, and we're dealing with this issue. So that's why I say the devil is sometimes in the detail. Thank you.
And Counselor Bassan is the last sponsor to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be quick. I think that these bills are very different in the sake that they are limiting. One is limiting and one is completely zeroing out any kind of possibility. And I think that it's really important to clarify that not all military equipment equals warfare equipment. And I think there's a big difference, and that's exactly why this is important. And I think that this is something that's going to find that compromise that's going to protect everybody and still have our guardians be able to do their job for our city as well. So thank you, and I urge your support.
Thank you, Counselor. Seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Counselors, we're back on item G, and Counselor Harris, we never really got that on the record appropriately, so I'll just ask you to start over just so that we can.
Okay, I will do that. We get the amendment up?
We will have it, yes, sir. But would you just introduce the bill and then we'll
Oh,
put the
sure.
amendment
Let me
on?
do that. Let's see, I move do pass of R67, renaming the Fort Hills Park, et cetera.
And I see a second from Counselor Bassan. And then, Counselor, I believe you have amendment number 1. It's on the screen. You don't have to read all the words if you don't, unless
Okay, I
you.
move amendment number 1 that's on the screen. I think we have enough of a record. Is there a second?
I see a number of seconds. I'll take Counselor Benton for this one. Counselor Harris to discuss the legislation.
Okay, so let me first talk about, we've received a couple of emails. One was from someone who's only lived in Fort Hills Village for 3 years. Another one is someone who just literally doesn't like anything I do. If I proposed an ordinance or a resolution that suggested that the sun rises in the east, that she would oppose it. She filed an ethics complaint against me for providing funding for a community center. So most of these are just sort of not really serious. Let me just tell you a little bit about Mr. Barsis and the process. Ed Barsis, or Dr. Edwin Barsis, but he'd like to go by Ed. If you look up something in advanced computing textbook, you'll see there's something called Gustafson's Law or Gustafson-Barsis Law. What that is a law about how you can parallel and combine the power of parallel computing. It's actually called something that he developed, a massive parallel computing, and he actually invented the most powerful computer in the world at one point. He was the director of the advanced computing at the National Lab. He's also a veteran, and he was involved in some very highly classified, dangerous assignments.
Counselor Harris, if it's okay, I'm gonna interrupt you just a little bit. We're getting some background noise. When you speak up a little closer to the computer, we can hear you fine.
Okay, so he's also a veteran. He was served in the Vietnam War and some highly classified assignments. He was the son of Russian immigrants, and he spoke fluent Russian, and he negotiated with Pete Domenici the reduction of nuclear arms for the United States. He actually had the clearances and the assignment to have been deemed an ambassador. He actually turned down that title. He also was a director and president of the Fort Hills Village Neighborhood Association for a while, and he really did work harder than anybody to actually get this park built. There was a period of time when the park was under consideration where there's a vocal minority. Now, no one in this neighborhood could consider why this park would be at least a controversial. But anytime you want to institute any kind of change, people object. And we have to put a park that didn't have a neighborhood that didn't have a park in that neighborhood was actually controversial at the time. And Ed did a lot of work to educate the people in the neighborhood that this was actually desired by the neighborhood. So, and also there was somebody who suggested that Ed wouldn't have wanted this. I talked to his long-term partner, Sarah Paslades, before I even suggested this, that she said he would have wanted this. And Sarah was supposed to speak tonight, but she's very ill and she couldn't show up. So there was a process where both the names were presented to the general meeting at the Fort Hills Village general meeting last January, I believe, and then Roger Mickelson's family, there's a very lovely letter from his family. It's in your packet where his daughter said that Mr. Mickelson wouldn't want his name. He wouldn't want anything named after him. He's a very humble man. So we took his name off, but the general membership had already voted on putting Mr. Barsis's name on. I went to the board of the Fort Hills meeting of the Fort Hills Neighborhood Association, and they didn't actually vote, but they generally accepted that we go forward with Mr. Barsis. So for all those reasons, I urge your support.
Thank you, Counselor Harris. Counselors, do we have any discussion on this item? I see Director Simon is available from the Parks Department if the administration wants to comment, or if you're just here for questions, Director, whichever you prefer.
Councilor President Davis, if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. In general, did not have the honor or privilege of meeting Mr. Barsis. In general, we support naming most parks for geographic names instead of for individuals, but we appreciate Council Harris bringing this forward, and we have no objection.
Thank you, councilors. Mr. Moy, I'll ask you just to put that amendment back up just a second. Councilors, we are on the amendment and seeing no other discussion, Councilor Harris to close.
I urge your support in the amendment, and then that's also my close on the bill.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you call the vote for amendment number 1?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
No.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passed on 8 to 1 vote.
Councilor Harris, we are back on the amendment. I know you've closed, but I want to just be sure there are no other comments going once, going twice. That is the close. Ms. Hinojos, will you do it again, please?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
I'm sorry, no.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on an 8 to 1 vote.
Congratulations, Councilor. That legislation passes. Councilor Sena, would you present our last piece of legislation tonight, R97? And Mr. Real, heads up, we're going to come to you next for a very quick intro. Councilor Sena.
Thank you for that, Mr. President, and for your co-sponsorship on this. R97, amending the adopted capital implementation program for the City of Albuquerque Aviation Department by transferring funds from existing projects, closing projects, approving new projects, and accepting federal and state grants. I move it do pass.
Thank you. And as a sponsor, I will second that legislation. And I see Director Allen is here, saving Mr. Real from having to join us. So, Director, would you just give us a quick summary of the CIP program? I see Mr. Real is still here with us, lonesome as he is upstairs with Mr. Padilla. But Ms. Allen, this is yours. Would you just tell us a little bit about the CIP bill, and we'll take any questions.
Thank you, President Davis, members of the council. We have a lot of projects happening at the Sunport and Double Eagle 2 right now. We also, this year, the FAA received additional new funding that they were able to use through the CARES Act. So we were able to receive some additional funds. One was for a ZEV, which is a zero emission vehicle grant that we were able to receive that we may not have otherwise. So we were able to get that grant this year. And additionally, they were able to put additional funding into some of the other airfield projects that we have going on at the Sunport. And so we're very grateful to the FAA for those. We also have the opportunity to potentially bring a new cargo carrier into the Sunport. And so we need to make room for that project as well, and make sure that we can actually get that building built if they're interested in coming to the beautiful city of Albuquerque. Those were the largest pieces of change. Otherwise, we mostly just moved money, closed projects out to make room for that. The cargo project's quite large. It's going to cost about $30 million. So mostly we were closing old projects and reallocating and directing those funds to that project.
Thanks, Director. We appreciate it. Councilors, any discussion? Councilor Brick.
Yes, thank you. So in reading the bill and looking at the list, Director, there's not any current funding for Double Eagle Airport. Am I correct?
Not any current funding for Double Eagle?
The reallocation list.
So the reallocation did allow us to complete a fencing project at Double Eagle 2, but that is the largest project from Double Eagle 2 that we have on this list.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselors, any other questions? Director, thanks for sticking it out with us. I apologize. I didn't realize you'd been in the waiting room all night. I would have called on you earlier. So thanks. We appreciate you. Seeing no other discussion on this item, Ms. Hinojos, would you please call the vote?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you. One quick housekeeping notes, folks. Just remember, we did cancel our chairs did cancel a couple of committee meetings this month, but Councilor Benton has a number of budget hearings still coming. And although our agenda at the moment for our next meeting is looking fairly light, I was informed that that's still on our path where we will have the first readout for the final budget. And so we'll ask counselors to just keep in mind that we're looking at some long meetings and a lot of work on the budget. So if you have new legislation, if you have administration Q&A, please try to get those to the staff as quickly as possible. And I'll ask Mr. Padilla in the mayor's office if you have other things for the council in the next few weeks to help us as quickly as possible get those down so we can get them scheduled. We're trying to avoid last minute introductions for the next couple of weeks so staff can be sure that we're all on top of budget. And so I'm asking all of us to do that, including myself, because I'm a big offender of it. So please help work with your staff, help us do that, make our staff's life as easy as possible so they will make ours as easy as possible too. Thank you all for being here. We are done at 7:15, which is a new record for us on this. So thank you all. We'll see you in a couple weeks.